ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, major ragers from around the world. Welcome back to another edition of the Angry Iceberg stream. Hello, I'm Angry Iceberg, if you didn't know. And today we're going to be doing something I haven't done in a very long time because, I mean, it's been 15 months since the last time I did one of these streams. And the reason is I just don't play anymore. I kind of quit the game, sort of. But I played a game yesterday, and then I've been kind of itching to open some packs for a while. You know, it's like I definitely am a an addict, I guess. A cardboard addict, and I kind of broke away from it, and now we're gonna open these packs. I don't know when the next time I'm gonna open any packs are again, but because there is a bit of buyer's remorse. I won't lie, because I don't know how. I mean, all my stuff's packed away right now, and like just for me to be able to like build a new commander deck, it would be a big pain in the ass to dig everything out of my storage room. So, in fact, it's going to be a big pain in the ass. This is going to be one of those times where I'm not really, you know, honestly. Anyway, this is one of those times I got distracted. I'm a little tired, a little hungover. But this is going to be one of those times where most of these won't even get sorted into boxes. I'll just probably put them back in these boxes, and that'll be that. When I just put them back in the storage room. So like I said, it was a real dumb purchase. Anyway, so we're gonna be opening up this box of Edge of Eternities. Okay, so I could have bought some, you know, different things, but these are all sets that I have not opened yet. I have not really seen a lot of these cards, or pretty much any of these cards. So I don't know what we're gonna be getting into. So we got Edge of Eternities. I got a box of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I had to get that because I was a big Ninja Turtle fan. Well, somewhat a big Ninja Turtle fan when I was a kid. And then Lorwyn Eclipsed. I like the Edge of Eternities and Lorwyn Eclipsed because they are, you know, just traditional Magic the Gathering sets, especially Lorwyn Eclipsed. I know I've heard good things about Edge of Eternities. I've also heard good things about Lorwyn Eclipsed. And so I'm looking forward to digging into these and checking them out. But and then I went ahead. I thought about buying. I bought this here as well. So we'll be opening up that. A set like this, I'd probably almost rather just open up collector boosters. But so I thought about buying a play booster box of Marvel too. But in the end, I just got with these three and then the other there. So let's just kind of go ahead and dig right into it. Let's see what we got. Like I said, we're gonna be doing this just like I always do, which I've always done. These streams are more for me to just explore the cards, the sets. And so this stream, I mean, opening up these is gonna be quite it's gonna be quite a thing, because what I mean is it's gonna take a while. Because I do go through the comments. I haven't seen like any of these cards, so it's like one of those things where I want to see, just want to, you know, like learn about the cards, see if there's anything that I would use in a deck. Now again, I probably won't be building, maybe I'll look at that later, probably not, but I'll set that aside. Probably won't be building any decks, but you never know. I mean, at some point, but I mean, just opening up these packs just for collecting purposes is kind of fun. And yeah, I feel like I need to move over a little bit, just a little bit. Yeah, hold on. There, kind of get comfortable here. All right, let's do this. I should have some sleep. I don't know. Like I said, I don't even know what what the chase cards are. And so I don't know what's good, what's not good. I mean, I think some of these I'll look up, be like, that seems really cool. Yo, what's going on, Digital? Yo, what's going on, brother? How you doing, Trevor? Kind of wonder if I shouldn't bring the camera down a little bit. Maybe that'll work. Here, let's. Maybe. Whoops. Oh, don't look down there. That's where my pee-pee is. All right, hold on. There, that might work out better. So we can actually see the cards here. Maybe. Maybe I had it okay. Let's go like that, maybe. There. What's up, Trevor? Maybe I could make this a little bit easier for me to see. There. Okay. I think that's better. We don't need to have the whole play mat. Is it? I'm not playing not playing Commander right now. All right, so let's see what we got here. So we got Lux Knight Breachers, our first card, Edge of Eternities. 4 mana, 2/2. Human Knight. This creature enters with a +1/+1 counter on it for each other creature and or artifact you control. Okay, that's actually not too bad. I mean, it's playable, right? Try to go through these a little bit fast. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time thinking about, you know, theory crafting on these, but we'll go through so get to the good stuff. Obviously, target creature gets +1/+0 and gains vigilance until the end of turn. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature and opponent controls. You know that in limited, this would be really strong. That actually is pretty strong. It's a little spendy, but I mean, it is instant strength. It's instant speed, and so basically, like, you could use this even as on a blocker, and kind of double up your damage if you needed that. That'd be pretty good. Oreplate Pangolin. 1 and a red for a 2/2. Whenever another artifact you control enters, you may pay 1. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Okay. So a little tax. I mean, not too bad. I mean, 2/2 for 2 isn't horrible, but you can make it bigger. I mean, it's not the greatest, but I mean, again, in limited play would be fairly strong. All right, we got Peregrine Beckoner, 5 mana for a 4/5. When this creature enters until the end of turn, to another target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains when this creature dies. Return to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. Warp 1. You may cast this card from your hand if for its warp cost. Exile this creature at the beginning of the next end step. Then you may cast it from exile on a later turn. Okay, so that's interesting. So I wonder, when this creature enters until the end of turn, another target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains. So this is actually I wonder if this can be played at instant speed. So you may cast this card from your hand for its warp cost. But I wonder, I mean, I'd have to look that up. I wonder if you can, well, let's see. I'll just look it up right now. How about let's see here. Google this here. Allows you to cast a permanent, usually a creature for a discounted cost, with the condition that is exiled. Once exiled, see. Let's see if it's gonna allow. No, you cannot. Okay, so. All right, so yeah, you can't do it by. That's too bad. That's still pretty cool though. I mean, it's a cool little mechanic. You can get them out and. So if you have something that allows like can give it haste and stuff, that would be cool too. But also you can use it for in other ways too. I mean, that's actually a really cool card. Actually, there's my brain's working there. Like there's ways to use that. I think that could go into a constructed deck for sure. Like not just I think that's more powerful than just limited. Anyway, so we got this Ilovoy operative. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. That's not too bad. I mean, 2 mana, 2/1. They can get bigger. It's pretty sweet. It's pretty sweet. All right. Chrome Companion. Where's that puppy? Another doggo. 2 mana, 2/2/1 artifact creature dog. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, you gain a life. Pay 2, tap target, or put target card from the graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. That's actually pretty good too. I mean, that's actually a pretty good little card there. 2 mana to do. I mean, that's pretty sweet actually. Zookeeper Mechan. When in a red for a 1/3 tap. So okay, so a little mana dork here, but let's see what's the other thing. So 6 in a red. Target creature you control gets +4/+0 until the end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. That is expensive. Well, it's a mana dork. It's not too bad. I mean, it's not a horrible card. I mean, so far these commons have been pretty good. Let's see how these uncommons are. So our first uncommon of the day is Wedgelight Rammer. 3 and a white for a 3/4, so 4 mana for a 3/4. When this spacecraft enters, create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. Okay. So for 4 mana, you get a total of 5 power on the battlefield. 2 different things, but and then it says station. Tap another creature you control. Put charge counters equal to its power on this spacecraft. Stations only as a sorcery. It is an artifact creature at +9. Oh, I see what's going on here. So you have to have those charge counters. That's interesting. I mean, it's becomes a creature with flying and first strike, but you have to put 9. Wait. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, you have to put 9 counters on there for it to actually do anything. For 4 mana. Huh. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. I mean, it's kind of cool, like new mechanics and new different like card types. It's cool, like spacecraft, whatever. But Mechan Assembler, 5 mana for a 4/4 artifact creature. Whenever another artifact you control enters, create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. This ability triggers only once each turn. Okay, it's not horrible. Not doesn't like blow me away, but still, I mean, it's always nice to be able to create, just another token generator, right? Invasive Maneuvers, 1 red. Invasive Maneuvers deals 3 damage to target creature. It deals 5 damage instead if you control a spacecraft. Is an instant. I mean, for limited play, this is probably going to be really amazing. I mean, it's Incinerate, right? That's the right one. Anyway, It's always good to have these like direct damage spells. I mean, it's an uncommon though, that's which is crazy. But being able to do 5 damage if you have a spacecraft, I mean, the right deck, obviously, it's going to be really powerful. All right, we got Larval Scoutlander. Oh my God, the writing's so small on this one. All right, let's see here. Beep. See if I can't get it focused in. There we go. When this spacecraft enters, you may sacrifice a land or lander. If you do, search your library for up to 2 basic land cards, put them onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Okay, I mean, you know, like it's a little bit of ramp there. Eventually, you know, you get something else. It's okay, I guess. It's not great. I don't know, like whatever. All right, so our first rare of the day, Zulfit Osterharmonist, whatever. All right, so for 1 and 2 black, you get a 2/3. And tap to return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's a skeleton in addition to its other types and has no abilities. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay, so basically you're probably just wanting to use this to bring back big beefy creatures. Because they lose abilities. So unless you have a way, I wonder, I mean, so unless you have a way to bring it back and then maybe flicker it or something, you know, the creature to get their abilities back. It's still pretty good though. I mean, like anything, you know, brings creatures back is always fun, right? All right, our first foil is an uncommon. Whenever a creature you're controlled with a +1/+1 counter on it dies, draw a card. This would go really well. This would go really well in my Lenore deck, which is all about now if he was a human. I wish he was a human soldier. It'd be better because I think my Lenore deck is a human tribal type deck. Anyway. Island and a lander. I love, you know, I love this. I still love this. They started doing this, you know, where they printed on the front and the back instead of doing like one half just be advertisement and then whatever. So that's really cool. I like the fact that I really appreciate the fact that they are doing tokens like that. All right, cool. So again, the commons, I really like the commons. The uncommons were a little bit like whatever. And that rare is actually kind of cool. I mean, it's a cool card. All right, so now gotta pull up TCG Player if I can here. TCG. So I'm just gonna, you know, some of these, I mean, I feel like that one's at least $1 or $2, right? It's not gonna be like some bulk, right? Zoo. Yeah, like $1. Well, no, it's bulk. Apparently, it's not very good. Apparently, it is not as good as I thought. I still think it's a cool card. I mean, it's not great. A 3 mana, you can bring stuff back from the graveyard. You know, fill your graveyard with big beaters. Have a way to flicker to get the ability back. You know, there you go. Bob's your uncle. All right, Sinister Cryologist, 2 and a blue for 2/3. When this creature enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -3/-0 until the end of turn. All right, not bad. I mean, cast with the warp cost goes away. It's in exile, so it's like not even in your hand anymore. So you can kind of treat it like that. So the only thing that's it's unfortunate is that you can't cast it you do that at instant speed. You have to do it on your turn, so that's a little unfortunate. But it's okay. It's okay. Auxiliary boosters for a white. When this equipment enters, create a 2/2 colors robot artifact creature token and attach this equipment to it. Equipped creature gets +1/+2 and has flying. 5 mana for a 3/4 with flying. I mean, it's really expensive, but it's okay. It's an expensive guy there. Diplomatic relations, 3 and a green, or 2 and a green. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains vigilance until the end of turn. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. Very solid. Wait, did we already have that one? Yeah, we already had that one. Still really good. I do like that card. Maybe a little expensive. Gavarn, Sky Warden. All right, so here's the new mechanic I haven't come across yet. So 4 mana, 4 in a red, 4/5. Has reach and void at the beginning of your end step. If a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Solid. Again, when you're talking about limited, that's probably really solid in this environment. Grave Blade Heavy. 3 and a black for a 3/4. As long as you control an artifact, this creature gets +1/+0 and has Death Touch. A 4 mana 4/4 Death Touch. As a 4/4, like Death Touch isn't as big of a deal, but it's always nice to have Death Touch in limited. Melt Strider Gear, 1 green. This equipment enters, attach it to target creature you control. Equipped creature gets +2/+1 and has reach. That is actually really solid. That is really solid. This is really good, actually. Yes, the equip cost is a little spendy, but generally speaking, if you're going to be playing this, it's an easy way to get your early beats on there. Beats on. All right, here we go. Pinnacle Kill Ship. That's pretty cool art. It's pretty. Anyway, when this spacecraft enters, it deals 10 damage to up to 1 target creature. 10 damage for 7. Maybe you get a 7/7 out of it eventually. All right. Good looking card though. I like that. All right. All Fate Stalker, 3 and a white for a 2/3. When this creature enters, exiles 1 target non-assassin creature until this creature leaves the battlefield. Okay. So early on, again, this is one of those things that, again, you can get kind of clear out your hand. I like the warp mechanic. I really do. Obviously, you're giving away a lot of information there, but for the warp cost, exile up to a creature. And actually, the way you probably use this is when you're trying to flicker your own creature. So you exile your own creature for the warp cost. It's not the only way. Obviously, you can use it more of an offensive or defensive way, meaning, getting rid of another creature. But this is a good way if you need to get an enters trigger again. Warp your own creature, get that enters trigger again. That's pretty solid. That's actually a really good card. That's probably the best uncommon I've looked at so far. Galvanizing Saw Ship. Ooh, that's kind of I like how they did the border there. It's almost extended art, whatever. Is that all the ships are like that? Let me see, is it? Yeah, I guess they're all like that. This one's just a little bit more pronounced, I suppose. All right, 6 mana for a station. Yikes. Well, I guess, for 6 mana, you're gonna probably be able to station it or do whatever, make it a creature pretty fast. So and it has haste. So 6 mana though. I don't know if that's a card that would see a whole lot of play, I would imagine. All right, Uthros Scientist. 2 and a blue. This spell costs you. The second spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. That's always nice. That's always nice, especially in a spell slinger deck. Okay. And ooh, a stomping grounds. Very nice. As this land enters, you may pay 2 life. If you don't, it enters tapped. Very nice. The pain lands, the shock lands. Very cool. I mean, those are usually like, those used to be like $40 cards. I think they're probably like, I imagine like $10 or $8 now. Maybe a little less. Yeah, so like $6. So I'm about right. Yeah, so they've gone down in price, which is nice because they're such good cards. Such good cards. All right, so we got another rare in this pack. Mutinous Massacre. 7 mana, 3/2 black and 2 red. Sorcery, choose odd or even. Destroy each creature with mana value of the chosen quality. Then gain control of all creatures until the end of turn. Untap them, they gain haste until the end of turn. That's a fun one, huh? That's a fun one. And our foil is an uncommon legendary creature, Tanuk Memorial Ensign. Landfall boy. So maybe something that could fit into my landfall deck. Anyway, whenever a land you control enters, that it deals 1 damage to each opponent. If this is the second time this ability has resolved this turn, draw a card. Yeah, actually that would fit real well into my Omnath deck, actually. I have to find room for it. Tezzeret. Okay, that was a good pack. I mean, we got a shock land. Shock lands are fun. I like the fact that they're a lot cheaper now. Okay. Ooh, a new dragon, Nebula Dragon. 6 and a red for a 4/4. This creature enters, it deals 3 damage to any target. I mean, okay. I mean, that's not bad. Again, you know, when you talk about limited, you're always looking for those big, beefy guys. 7 mana is expensive, but oh, it's cool art. Gravekill, 3 and a black, exile target creature or spacecraft. Cool. 4 mana though, but it is exile and it is instant speed, so it's solid control there. Okay, Selfcraft Mechan, 3 and a blue, 3/4. When this creature enters, you may sacrifice an artifact. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and draw a card. Okay. Sure, there's always lots of targets for that. Focus Fire. 1 white for an instant. Focus Fire deals X damage to target attacking or blocking creature, where X is 2 plus the number of creatures and or spacecraft you control. Wow, okay. That is really nice. That is actually really nice. I mean, it's a white shock, essentially, kind of. Not as versatile and as good, but also could be even better in certain ways, I guess. Really solid. So like I said, there's some really good commons in this set, it seems like. Drix Fate Master, 3 and a green, 3/2. When this creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it as trample. Another really good. Another one that would fit into Lenore, except he's not human. That's the only unfortunate thing there. All right, Mechanozoa. Anyway, 6 mana, 5/5 robot jellyfish. When this creature enters, tap target artifact or creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. Yeah, pretty good. That's actually pretty solid. I mean, Like I said, I like that warp mechanic, man. Thaumaton Torpedo. And this is why I kind of wish that they would go back to blocks like they used to, because you could have more cards with those mechanics instead of just limited ones, you know, until they, you know, because some of them aren't, a lot of these mechanics don't ever be like evergreen or whatever they call it. And so you don't necessarily see them for a long time. All right. Automaton Torpedo. 1 manas. Pay 6 and tap it and sacrifice this artifact. Destroy target non-land permanent. This ability costs 3 less to activate if you attacked with a spacecraft this turn. Then, well, I mean, you can essentially do that at instant speed. It gives you an artifact for cheap. I mean, I guess it has its uses there, right? I mean, it has its Interceptor Mechan, 4 mana, 2/2, flying. When this creature enters, return target artifact or creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Void at the beginning of your end step. If a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Solid. Again, you can kind of build around that ability, sort of. Hymn of the Faller. 1 and a black. Surveil 1, then you draw a card. Then you draw a card and lose 1 life. If an online permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped this turn, draw another card. Very solid. Very solid. That is actually really good. That's, again, another one of the better uncommons that I've seen so far. Tractor Beam. Very cool. 2 and 2 blue. Enchanted creature. Okay, hold on. Probably be. All right. Anyway, enchanted creature or spacecraft. When this aura enters, tap enchanted permanent. You control enchanted permanent. Enchanted permanent doesn't untap during its controller's untapped step. Okay. This is a really good way to like steal. Just a good way to steal freaking enchantments, really. Though the one thing about cards like this is you're depending on your opponents playing good stuff. Otherwise, it doesn't do a whole heck of a lot. But it's still pretty cool. I mean, I'm liking these cards so far. They seem fun. Melt Strider Eulogist, 2 and a green for a 3/3. Whenever a creature you control dies with a +1, put it with a +1/+1 counter on it. Draw a card. Star Trek series coming out, I suppose. Yeah, I imagine they're gonna have spacecraft in that. Imagine, huh? And lots of artifacts, probably. Whenever a creature you control dies with a +1/+1 counter. Whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it dies, draw a card. Again, oh wait, I talked about this one, right? This was that foil that I had. Again, I wish that was a human. All right, so our rare, we got a rare here with this. Again, very pretty. I mean, I like that card design. I don't know how I feel about the spacecraft being 9 to do this. I mean, it's probably a lot easier than I'm thinking, but. All right, so do it for 2 at the beginning of combat on your turn. Up to 1 other target artifact you control becomes an artifact creature with haste, power, and toughness 2/2 and gains flying until the end of turn. Federation Commander deck. Okay. Have they? Oh, did they already announce? They already give the list of that out? This is pretty cool. I mean, like I said, it's a beautiful card. I like this layout. And again, with this +2, at least that way, you know, if you have ways to like boost your creatures, like if you get like +1/+1 effects and stuff like that, just like What am I thinking? What am I thinking of? Global, like a global enchantment, something like that, where everything gets +1/+1. You can like probably power this up pretty fast. Flying Vigilance is always nice, but I mean, for 1 blue, that's going to be really easy to get on the battlefield like real early, so that's pretty solid. Then we got Steel Swarm Operator. Everything, all my foils have been uncommon so far. 1 and a blue for 1/1 flying. Tap and add a blue. Spend this mana only to cast an artifact spell. Tap 2 blue. Spend this mana only to activate abilities of artifact sources. Okay. Nice little mana dork there, especially if you're doing a lot of artifacts. So solid. Ooh, our first foil land. Good looking card. Yeah, this is a pretty, I mean, I've heard good things about this set. Some of the other ones that I heard weren't really that great. I heard that the Turtles set wasn't super great, even though I'm looking forward to opening that box. I heard that the, what was the other one that was supposedly kind of a miss? I think the Avatar one was supposedly okay, right? But it was one of the Universes Beyond one. What was the other one that was, I can't think of, that was apparently not very good? Nebula Dragon, we already talked about. Grave Kill. Okay, so now we're getting into cards that we've already seen. Yeah, so we can kind of, we'll skip past ones we already talked about. Rig for War. Target creature is +3/+0 and gains first strike and reach until the end of turn. Okay, solid. Very good. Very good common. We talked about that. Zookeeper Meccan. I think we talked about him. Close Encounter. 1 and a green as an additional cost to cast this spell. Choose a creature you control or a warped creature card you own in exile. Close Encounter deals damage equal to the power of the chosen creature or card to target creature. Okay. It's kind of neat. All right, we got 6 mana for a 6/6 with reach. It has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, exile cards from the top of your library until exile a non-land card. You may cast that card this turn. Well, I mean, I guess landfall. But I mean, the fact that you have to, well, I mean, I guess it's kind of like extra card draw. It's still 6 mana to get it out. Maybe help you late game, I suppose. It's not the worst, not the best. Tragic Trajectory. That looks, I mean, this looks like a classic, like a old school Magic card almost. 1 black, sorcery. Target creature gets -2/-2 until the end of turn. Void. This creature gets -10/-10 until the end of turn instead. If a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn, or a spell was warped this turn. Solid. Ooh. Got a Borderless. Mutinous Massacre. We already had this guy, but still, we got. It's pretty. Got this guy, Cab Landseeker, 4/3 for 4 with Menace, which is good. When this creature enters, create a lander token at the beginning of the end step on your next turn. Sacrifice that token. Okay. It's pretty solid, actually. It's a pretty solid little common there. Again, these commons have been really good. Just curious, Mutinous Massacre, how that one's been playing out here. I mean, it's very expensive, 7 mana for a board wipe, but I mean, it could be. Yeah, I didn't think that it'd be worth much, but still. I mean, I think it's just a hard card to use. You almost have to build around it. And again, you're kind of hoping that all right, that your opponent has good stuff. Flight Deck Coordinator, 2 and a white for a 3/3, solid. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, you gain 2 life. Oh man, okay. That's actually kind of, it's okay. It's not bad. Again, you know, when you talk about like constructed, I don't know if it makes the cut, but Melded Moxite, 1 and a red. When this artifact enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards. Okay, that's actually, I mean, these are always solid when you know, especially when you're trying to get stuff into your graveyard, which I definitely have had decks in red that could use this. Pay 3, sacrifice this artifact, create a tap 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. Okay. Card draw gets you, you know, has a little bit of extra upside there. Comet Brawler, 2 and a black, 2/3, lifelink. Whenever this creature attacks, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, this creature gets +2/+0 until the end of turn. Again, pretty good for, I mean, lifelink makes them 4/3. It's, you know, like with token strategies or just things you want where you want to get stuff in the graveyard, that's probably pretty solid. You know, it's a sack outlet. It's always nice. Sinister Cryologist, 2 and a blue. When this creature enters, target creature and opponent controls gets mastery. Oh yeah, I think we talked about that. Yeah, we talked about that one. Void Forge Titan, 5/4 for 5. With Void, the beginning of your end step of a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn, or a spell warp this turn, you draw a card and lose 1 life. Okay. Okay. Lash Whip, Predator, 6 mana, 5/7. Okay, or it could cost 4 mana, 5/7 if your opponents control 3 or more creatures. I wonder if all your opponents have to. I imagine just if there are 3 or more other creatures. Wonder if it, like I said, it'd be interesting to see if that counts all other opponents, like each, if you're playing commander, if like there's 3 creatures on the battlefield that your opponents control. I would imagine so, huh? Gigastorm Titan, the spell costs 3 less to cast if you cast another spell this turn. That's actually fairly solid. I mean, especially in limited. I mean, for basically, if you have a 1 mana spell, you get, I mean, you can get a, you know, like early on, you can get a 4/4 on the board very, very quickly, like turn 3, you know, right? Debris Field Crusher, 4 and a red. When the spacecraft enters, deals 3 damage to any target. And it has flying in. Okay, so and it kind of has fire breathing. That is not, I don't think it's very good. I mean, it's deals the 3 damage, but for 5 mana, then you still have to station it or whatever. I feel like, I mean, I don't know how I feel about these spacecraft. Because it's just, I mean, again, without having seen it played, I don't know how easy it is to do that effect, you know, like how long it takes to actually make them into creatures. All right, Pinnacle Emissary, 1 a red and a blue for a 3/3. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, create a 1/1 colorless drone artifact creature token, and with flying, and this token can block only creatures with flying, and you can also warp it. I mean, You know, for this to be rare, there must be some way to kind of break. I feel like that's like a 5-cent card. It does not seem very good, but I could be wrong. It could be like the best card in the freaking set for all I know. I don't think it is though. I think it's, I'm gonna see how close I am. I'm gonna say like 15 cents. Let's say 15 cents on that one. Holy shit. I was wrong. It's like over $1. So again, there must be some kind of use for it. This is actually a cool foil, the way that the art works on this one. Depressurize 1 in a black to target. Oh wait. If that creature's power is 0 or less, destroy. That's actually pretty solid. Pretty solid. And it's a pretty foil. All right, we got here Star Breach Whale, 4 and a blue, 3/5 flying. When this creature enters, surveil 2, and you can warp it. All right. Starport Security, 1 for a 1/1, 3 and a white. Tap another target creature. This ability costs 2 less to activate if you control a creature with a +1/+1 counter on it. Okay, 2 mana. I mean, essentially, you're looking to play this for 2 mana to tap creatures. Germinating Worm, 4 and a green for a 5/5. So 5 mana for a 5/5. You can warp it. When this creature enters, you gain 2 life. All right, solid. Again, in limited, this is actually probably pretty solid, especially if you're getting this in a like a sealed deck type environment. It's probably not as good in draft, but still really solid. I mean, it's a solid. It's a 5/5 for 5. You need that big beefy and gain life. You can warp it. Orbital Plunge, a 3 and a red. I want to say blue. Orbital Plunge deals 6 damage to target creature. If excess damage it was dealt this way, create a lander token. Okay, not too bad. Embrace Oblivion. I don't think we actually did talk about that one. So that's really cool art, by the way. But as an additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature, destroy target creature or spacecraft. It is a sorcery speed, but it's cheap. It's a cheap creature control and artifact control. Not too bad. It's actually pretty solid. Lightless Evangel. Anyway, Vampire Cleric. Whenever you sacrifice another creature or artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. 2/2 for 2. That's actually pretty good. So, you know, with the those lander tokens, I mean, this would go pretty well with those, huh? Atomic Micro Sizer. 1 blue, and quick creature gets +1/+0. Whenever a quick creature attacks, choose up to 1 target creature. That creature can't be blocked this turn and has base power and toughness 1/1 until the end of turn. Again, so if you need some way to get you just need to get something through for its effect, attack effect. This would be really good. And it doesn't even have to be the creature that's attached to, which is really nice. Though, I mean, if you have this on, this is base toughness still be like a 2/1 either way. Artifact here. We got All Fate Scroll, 3 mana. There's a mana rock. Okay, so tap for 1 of any color. Solid. Pay 7. Sacrifices artifact. Draw X cards, where X is a number of differently named lands you control. Hey, Commander. In Commander, this is probably fairly solid. This is actually, I mean, for a 3-mana rock, you know, late game card draw, this is probably pretty solid. Ooh, we got another. Ooh, look at that. That is really cool. Whoa, that's like a. That's a weird kind of texture to it. That is actually really cool. Deserted Temple. That is a really good looking card right there. I bet you that looks dope, and I bet you that's dope in foil. Wonder if they, you know, like how they had those gilded ones or whatever they called it before, where it was like the raised gold, whatever. On, I bet you if they did something like that with these, it'd be pretty sweet. That'd look really nice. That's a really nice card. Curious. That one. Let's see what that one's all about here. Deserted Temple. Probably not a lot worth a lot, but still. Also, we have Galaxy foil. Oh, so they have like some different versions of this. Anyway, cool card. We got another rare in here. It's also a land. Secluded, Starforge, add colorless. You can pay 2 to tap. X untapped artifacts you control. Target creature gets +X/+0 until the end of turn. Activate only the sorcery, or you can create 2/2. That's just okay. I'm gonna have to run to the bathroom after this. Here. Blade Heavy. It's a cool looking card. All right. I am gonna step away just for a moment. Don't go anywhere. Here, well, I'm actually gonna go to the be right back screen, but I'll be right back. Actually, no, I won't. I mean, I will be right back, but I'll just turn off my camera. There we go. Don't go anywhere. All right. So we haven't run into a mythic yet, which is fine. But, you know, we want lots of mythics. All right, Starfighter Pilot. Grab it here. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, surveil 1. That's actually probably really good in limited. I mean, it'd be good in Commander too, honestly. Get it out early. And find a way, like an equipment or something that you can tap it for something. Anyway, little landfall creature, 4/4 for 4. Whenever land you control enters, this creature gets +1/+0 until the end of turn. Okay. Not great, but I mean, not bad. Again, you know, it's more, like I said, most of these commons are going to be better in limited than. It's actually a cool card. Than like constructed formats, but still. Beamsaw Prospector, 1 and a black for a 2/1. When this creature dies, create a lander. That's actually really good, I think. Again, you know, yeah, a lot of these, when the commons I'm going to talk about, they're going to look better in limited than they are in constructed. I'll say that over and over again. Oh, that's pretty solid. You can place flash, so base flying 1/1. Sacrifice this creature, draw a card. I mean, that's being able to play for flash is really nice, and you know, having given it that ability to card draw, that's actually a really solid common right there. Nanoform Sentinel, 2 and a blue. There's come tap to untap another target permanent. This ability triggers only once each turn. Very nice. 3 mana. That's actually pretty solid too. That is actually really solid too. There's a lot of different ways you could use that. You pressurize. Timeline color. That's pretty cool art. I bet you that'd look dope in foil. I bet you'd really make this pop. All right, 2 mana for a 2/2 with haste. Solid. You may cast this card from your graveyard using its warp ability. Wow. Pay a black and 2 life. That's pretty solid too. That's actually really neat. That's a cool card design right there. I don't know how good it is, but it's a cool card design. Then we got Dual Sun Adepts. 2 and a white, double strike, 2/2. Creatures you control get +1/+1 until the end of turn. Okay. You know, double strike's always fun. You know, you could put a bunch of equipment or something on it. You have a lot of mana, especially if you get to like, especially if you can get like a infinite mana loop or something like that, and just pump your creatures just hella big, you know. Debris Field Crusher. 3 damage to any target. Oh yeah, we looked at that guy before. He was just kind of meh. Memnon. What the hell is his name? Earthrose Exile. 1/3 for 3 flying. Whenever an artifact you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Okay. Then we got Sunstar Chaplain. 1 and a white for 3/2. Already solid. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. A 2 to remove a +1/+1 counter from a creature you control, tap target artifact or creature. That's actually really good. Or I mean, it's a solid card. For 2 mana, you get a lot. You get a lot out of it. And this one again would fit in the Lenore deck. I think is Lenore, yeah. Yeah, Lenore has white. Am I saying Lenore Autumn Sovereign? Is it white or is it? Yeah, I think it's green and white. Anyway, I mean, it would fit in there. I don't know if I'd find room for it, but again, this is that one we were just talking about. That's actually, like I said, really solid common. Another foil mountain. And that guy. All right, mythic. Who's gonna be the first? What's gonna be the first mythic? Anybody have any bets? All right. Flying. As long as you control an artifact, this creature gets +1/+0. All right. I mean, it's kind of a nice little blocker there, probably more or less. Bright Splitter Zealot, 2 and a white. Vigilance. Creature gets +2/+0 as long as you've cast 2 or more spells this turn. Okay, I mean, that's not too bad. That's not horrible. It's not horrible. It's okay. It's kind of neat. Sky Stinger, 2 and a green for a 3/3 with reach. Whenever this creature blocks a creature with flying, this creature gets +5/+0. That's really good for a common. That is a really solid. That is a really solid card right there. I like it. Nebula Dragon, we've seen. Grave Pact. Did I see this one yet? Creature dies, create a tap 2/2. Oh yeah. Basically, it's flying and then it replaces itself, which is really solid. Command Bridge. New land, common land. This tender, whenever you. Okay, so you can get it. When this land enters, sacrifice it unless you tap an untapped permanent you control. Yikes. I mean, it's cool. It's cool, but yeah. I mean, interest tapped, you have to tap something else. It is a common though, I guess. Whatever. All right, we talked about that guy. All right, what do we have here? Biochan Engineer, a green and a blue for a 2/2. Then this creature enters, create a lander token, and pay 8, draw 2 cards, and create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. That is expensive, but I mean, hey, you get a 2/2. You get a way to get another land. It's, I mean, there's value to be had there. Dual Sun Technique. That's cool art. 1 and a white, target creature control gains double strike until the end of turn. If it has a +1/+1 counter on it, draw a card. This one would go well in my Lenore deck, I think. I mean, that's actually just solid value there. Man, if I could actually freaking grab these cards. Ooh, we got another full art land here. Hold on. Systems override, 2 and a red. Gain control of target artifact or creature until the end of turn. Untap that permanent. It gains haste until the end of turn. If it's a spacecraft, put 10 charge counters on it. If you do, remove 10 charge counters from it at the beginning of the next end step. Okay. That's pretty cool. That's definitely something they could see some play. All right, Power Depot. Artifact land. This land enters tapped. Add a colorless. Add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast artifact spells or activate abilities of artifacts. And modular 1. This land enters with a +1/+1 counter on it. When it dies, you may put a +1/+1 counter on target artifact creature. This is such a cool looking card. Doesn't look like a magic card by any means, but this would go really well in my Urza deck. Hey, we got another one of these guys. Sunstar Chaplain, double rare pack. Yay! And we got Embrace Oblivion. Very good looking card there. Little foily guy. Okay, still waiting on that first mythic, but we got. Let's see if there's any value. I bet you Power Depot isn't worth very much. Maybe a couple dollars at most. Which one am I looking at here? This is 34. Yeah, a couple dollars is it for that one. All right. Squire's Light Blade, one we haven't seen yet. Another new equipment. Flash, you can flash it in. That's really cool. It gives, wow, that's pretty cool. It gives +1 and first strike when this enters. Pretty solid. Again, I don't know how solid. It's not really solid for regular play, but tap and untap permanent you control, add 1 mana of any color. That is kind of butts, but okay, I guess. Also, because the nice thing about this is mana fixing for your limited deck that you want to play more than 2 colors. Bombard deals 4 damage to target creature, 3 mana. Instant speed, pretty solid actually. Dark Endurance, 1 and a black for an instant. This spell costs 1 less to cast if it targets a blocking creature. Target creature gets +0, +2, +0, and gains indestructible until the end of turn. Nice. Nice. Again, there's some really good commons in this set. Like, really cool. Light Jammer. Another one with flash. These equipments have flash. Okay. Is it +1, +2? Starfighter Pilot. We've talked about Swarm Color. Look at that art. The swarm lacked a natural predator, so the Eumidians became one. 4 mana, 2/4, flying. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, draw a card. Cool. So this would be one of those cards where, you know, if you could gain control of other people's stuff, that'd be a way of like kind of killing them, I suppose. Thawbringer, 2 and a green. When this creature enters or dies, surveil 1. 3 mana for 4/2. You get to surveil right away. That's pretty solid. Again, Alphareal, a Dreaming Acolyte, 1 a blue and a black for a 2/3. Enters with, and when it enters, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard an artifact card. During your turn, Alphareal has Death Touch. Cool little blocker there then. Little card, you know, like cycle through some cards, get a good blocker. Annul, counter target artifact or equipment spell. That's nasty for 1 blue. Terrapact Intimidator. I suppose this is probably, I imagine that this card probably goes into a lot of sideboards. But I mean, artifact or enchantment spell, I mean, you're probably almost always going to have a target for that. You know, in every situation, you almost just mainboard that in constructed. But probably definitely a sideboard card. Terrapact Intimidator, 1 in red for 2/1. This creature enters, target opponent may have you create 2 lander tokens. If they don't, put 2 +1/+1 counters on this creature. Okay, so 2 mana, 4/3 or lander tokens, which, you know, you want ramp or do you want to face off against that creature? I don't know. All right, Moonlit Meditation, a 2 and a blue, enchant artifact or creature you control. The first time you would create 1 or more tokens this turn, you may instead create that many tokens that are copies of enchanted permanent. Oh my god, there's probably ways to... It was only the first time you would create 1 or more tokens each turn. You may instead create that many. That is actually, there's probably some really good ways to break this card. There's probably, I would think that is like these foils, like I said, looking pretty good. So they seem more foily than usual for some reason. They almost seem like the foils that you see in the you know, the where you can order, you know, sometimes you can order basically proxied decks and proxied cards, proxy cards, whatever, with foiling and whatever, you know, just like fake ones. Kind of looks like almost like that kind of foiling. I might have to get me a freaking Exosuit Savior. I might have to get me a freaking acid why can't I think? Anyway, Antacid, that's what I'm trying to think of. Exosuit Savior, 2 and a white for a 2/2, and if creature enters up to one other target permanent in your hand, control it. Wait, with it, when this creature enters, return up to one other target permanent you control to its owner's hand. Okay, that's pretty good. Again, you know, you're trying to get those enters triggers. Fungal Colossus, 6 and a green for a 5/5. It costs X less to cast, where X is the number of differently named lanes you control. Not a very good card. I mean, it's a nice beefy guy, and it, I mean, I guess technically it's only a 6 mana. Probably, I mean, at worst, it's a 6 mana casting cost. At worst, more likely, probably like a 4 or 5 casting cost. So I guess that's not so bad. That's not so bad, I guess. Kavaran Skywarden for in a red reach. Yeah. Graveblade Heavy. Divert Disaster, 1 in a blue, counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. If they do, create a lander token. Okay. So basically, you know, you can kind of, it's not a bad little counter spell. Command Bridge, Bringer, Emergency Eject, 2 and a white for destroy target non-land permanent. This controller creates a lander token. Instant through. Okay, that's actually pretty that's pretty solid. You know, it's an instant speed, targets any permanent. That is actually really, it's a very playable card. Monoist Sentry, 1 black for a 4/1 with a defender. Solid blocker there. I do have another full art. Is that a foil? No, I don't think so. Anyway, Voltguard Trooper, 4 and a red for a 5/5 at the beginning of your end step. If you control 2 or more tapped creatures, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw 2 cards. I guess. I mean, you know, if you're burning through your hand, that'd probably be pretty good. Steel Swarm Operator, 1 in a blue for 1/1 flying. Oh yeah, I think we talked about that guy. Oh, it is a foil. At any rate, Pain for All, 2 in a red, enchant creature you control. When this enchanted creature deals damage equal to its power to any other target. Whenever enchanted creature is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to each opponent. Oh my. Oh my. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I mean, it's fun. It's a fun card. Especially if you can get like some sort of lure effect on that creature as well, and then like attack with it, and you know, anyway. All right, so Starwinder. Look at that pretty card. Look at that pretty card. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you may draw that many cards. Wow. And you can warp it for 4 manas. It's too bad, again, it's too bad it doesn't have like flash or something, but that's really nice. Starwinder. That one might actually be worth something just because like those type of effects usually, I mean, it's expensive, but yeah, that's a pretty solid. That's one of my, that's probably the best hit so far. Cool island, full art island. That's really nice. I wonder if in the collector boxes of these, wow, that is really miscut. Holy crap. Look at that. Wow. Gonna see like, wow, that's really nice. That's a really nice land, actually. I bet you those lands are, foil lands are going for a pretty penny. Let's see here. Holy buckets. Those, wow. Edge of Eternity's freaking collector boosters are expensive. Holy moly. Almost $800. $750 for a collector booster box. That's crazy. That is really crazy. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get an antacid. Don't go anywhere. I'll let you look at these two pretty cards out of that pack. I'm back. Beep. Yeah, this is actually Starwinder is a pretty cool card. Definitely along the lines of those other blue card drawers like that. Like, what's that one? Sphinx one? I forget. I don't know. Any rate. Still no mythic yet. All right, we should be able to go through a lot of these a little bit faster. All right, Virus Beetle. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card. Okay, solid. Put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Activate only as a sorcery. All right, okay. I guess, you know, when you're talking about there's definitely a +1/+1, or there's a counter +1/+1 counter theme going on. Destroy target artifact or tapped creature. You gain 3 life. 4 mana for that effect is a lot, but I guess you get the gain life stuff too. Survey Mechan. 1/3 for 4 flying hexproof, and you can pay 10 to sacrifice it. It deals 3 damage to any target. Target player draws 3 cards and gains 3 life. This ability costs X less to activate, where X is the number of differently named lands you control. That's actually pretty solid. Again, you know, in Commander, this could be. I mean, it's not that great, but in Commander, I mean, you could probably do that effect for fairly cheap. But I mean, I don't know if it's worth putting in a Commander deck, but Scout for Survivors, 2 and a white, return up to 3 target creature cards with total mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put +1/+1 counters on each of them. Specimen Freighter, 5 and a blue. When the spacecraft enters, return up to 2 target non-spacecraft creatures to their owner's hand. Okay, about, you know, bounce spell. I don't think it's all that good though. And the fact that you have to station, you know, it's a station, whatever. I don't know. Not a big fan of that mechanic, to be honest. Terrapact Intimidator, 1 and a red for a 2/1 Kavu Scout. Not enough Kavus. When the creature enters, target opponent may have you create 2 lander tokens. If they didn't put 2, oh wait, yeah, we've seen this guy before. Yeah, we've seen that guy before. Still pretty cool. All right, Space Time Anomaly, 4 mana. Target player mills cards equal to your life total. Oh my god. Yikes. Oh my. That's got to be space. That one's got to be a few dollars, huh? Really? It's not? Or did they ban it? Did they ban that? Well, I can't imagine they did. I mean, that's brutal, man. That is brutal. I mean, it's not, I mean, my God. You almost have to be an asshole to play that in Commander. Especially have a good life gain deck or ways to copy that spell. I mean, you can just like eliminate somebody. Oh, wait, and there's this foil. I guess I opened a pack and I wasn't even done yet. Dawn Strike Vanguard, 4/5, lifelink. If you have 2 or more tapped creatures, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control other than this creature. Okay. That's expensive, but whatever. Whatever. Ooh, we got a full art foil coming up. All right, divert disaster. Oh, we don't want to spoil it. Don't want to spoil it. Banishing light. When this enchantment enters, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. What is up with my camera? It's just like dimming a little bit here and there. Okay. I mean, you know, those effects are always pretty powerful. Fungal Colossus. Yeah, we talked about that one before. Pinnacle Kill Ship. Monoist Circuit Feeder. When this creature enters until the end of turn, target creature you control gets +X+0, and target creature and opponent controls gets -0/-X, where X is the number of artifacts you control. What is going on, camera? Why are you being a butthead right now? Okay. I mean, it's all right. It's not bad. Got a horror or honor, not horror. Honor 1 white for put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and draw a card. Very good. That's actually really good. That's a very solid card right there. Card draw buffs up a creature. Again, I don't know how much, you know, like the value is there. I don't know if the value is there in like Commander, but in Constructed, probably like even like Standard is probably pretty solid. Halia Ascendant Cadet, 2 a green and 2 white for a 3/3. Whenever Halia enters, attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Whenever one or more creatures you control with +1/+1 counters on them deal combat damage to you, to a player, draw a card. I wonder if this counts if you're playing Commander and you deal damage to each other player, if it triggers again, or if it's just once per turn sort of deal. Not sure. Ooh, we probably got like 3 rares in this pack at least. Mistform Harmonizer, 2 green, 4/4. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, double the power of target creature you control until the end of turn. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. That's pretty good. That is pretty cool. Then we got oh, I see what that is. Okay. Lightstall Inquisitor, 1 white for a 2/1 with vigilance. It's pretty good. Whenever this creature enters, each opponent exiles a card from their hand and may play that card for as long as it remains exiled. Each spell cast this way costs 1 more to cast. Each land played this way enters tapped. Okay. Well, you know, gives you some information, makes their stuff, you know, slows them down a little bit. That's all good. That's all pretty good. Oh, that's sweet. All right. Voidforge Titan is our foil, but the full art was a full art forest. That is sweet. I didn't even think that I wasn't even sure you'd be able to get these full art foil lands in here. So I wonder if that's like a once per box sort of deal, but that's pretty cool. I wonder how much those cost. Let me see. Yeah, so those those lands are sweet. Anyway, Still no mythics yet. Still no mythics yet. All right, we should be able to go through these packs a lot faster now. Okay. Let's see. Oh, my camera died. There we go. Hopefully you guys got to see that forest. Sweet forest. All right. Earthrow scan ship, 3 in a blue. When this spacecraft enters, draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Okay. That one's actually not horrible. I mean, it's a little card draw, but you know, it's still not sure how I feel about those. Seed ship impact, destroy target artifact or enchantment. If its mana value is 2 or less, create a lander token. Okay. Virulent Silencer, 2/3 for 3. Whenever a non-token artifact you control deals combat damage to a player, that player gets 2 poison counters. A non-token artifact creature you control deals. Wow. That's all we need is more freaking, you know, poison and infect crap. West Stalker Ardent, 2 in a red for a 2/3. Whenever another creature or artifact you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. Ooh. This is another one again, you know, that deck I was playing last night. This would go really well in. That would be really good for that. All right. Consult the star charts. 1 in a blue. Has a kicker of 1 in a blue. Look at the top X cards of your library. X is the number of lands you control. Put 1 of those cards into your hand. If the spell was kicked, put 2 of those cards into your hand instead. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay. Not too bad. Not horrible. Not great. Not... I mean, it is instant though, so you can do it at the end of, you know, your opponent's turn, so that's good. So you can be kind of holding up mana, you know, for counter spells and stuff like that, and then basically get. I mean, that's actually pretty solid. You know, that's probably going to see a lot of play in Commander, I would think. All right. Oh yeah, that's that one. I was like, this would look cool in foil, and yeah, it does. Really pop on there. Sweet. Still waiting on that first mythic. Maybe they don't seed mythics quite like they used to. Auxiliary boosters. Biosynthetic burst. The +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains reach, trample, and indestructible until the end of turn. Untap it. Very cool. That's all really good. Plasma bolts. Deals 2 damage. Oh, it's another shock sorcery, and then it deals 3 damage instead if an online permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped. Okay. It's sorcery speed, but it's still like almost lightning bolt, shock sort of deal. Hole Carver, 1 black for the 1/1 death touch. This is like a limited all-star right there. All right, mental modulation. Tap target artifact or creature and draw a card. 1 blue. That is really strong. That is actually really strong. Drill 2 deep. Choose 1. I like these modal cards here. Choose 1. Put 5 charge counters on target spacecraft or planet you control. or destroy target artifact. Very nice. Very nice. You know, especially if you're playing with those spacecraft or starcraft or whatever. Dock worker drone, 1 and a white for a 1/1. Enters with a +1/+1 counter on it. Goes a 2/2. Whenever this creature dies, put its counters on target creature you control. Very nice. Another really nice common. There's some, like I said, there's some really nice commons in this set. Dual Sun Adepts, double strike. Oh yeah, yeah, we talked about this guy before. It's pretty strong, pretty solid. Anyway, Tapestry Warden. 3 and a green for a 3/4 vigilance. Each creature you control with a toughness greater than its power assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. Each creature you control with toughness greater than its power stations permanents using its toughness rather than its power. Very solid. You can definitely build around that. I mean, if you're building the stations, whatever. That one again. Hey, there's the foil. Here we go. Still waiting on that first mythic. Bioengineered Future, 1 and 2 green. This enchantment enters, create lander token. Each creature you control enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it for each land that entered the battlefield under your control this turn. I don't know about that one. I don't know, man. Beautiful card here. Uthros Scan Ship, 3 and a blue. When this enters, draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Very cool. Yeah, that's a pretty card. We're not going to get any mythics, are we? Either that, they're all on the bottom of the box. Okay. Night Luminary. Okay, it's actually pretty solid. Warp it in, get a 1/1. It comes, a couple turns later, you cast it again, you get another 1/1 and a 3. I mean, that's not too bad. It's pretty solid there. Blooming Stinger, 1 and a green, death touch, 2/2, and this creature enters another target creature you control, gains death touch until the end of turn. Very nice. Very cool. That's actually really good. Again, these freaking commons are solid. Cav Landseeker, 3 and a red for a 4/3 menace. This creature enters, create a lander token. It'll be at the beginning of the end step on your next turn. Sacrifice that to. Oh yeah, we talked about that guy. That kind of is. I wish you didn't have to sacrifice it. Red Tiger Mechan. Haste and warp, 3/3 with haste. Okay. Turn 2, hit for 3. A couple turns later, he comes back out and you can attack again. So that's cool. Radiant Strike. Solid. Use Social Engineering, 3 and 2 green. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, create a 2/2, call this robot artifact creature and warp. And warp it. Okay. Some good landfall stuff coming in, or new landfall stuff coming. I don't know how much of it's good, but vote out. 3 and a black. Convoke. These creatures can help cast a spell. Each creature you destroy target creature. I mean, there's definitely better options than that. Like, I don't know about that card. Litho Breaking, 2 and a red. Create a lander token. Then you may sacrifice an artifact. When you do, Litho Breaking deals 2 damage to each creature. Okay. I mean, it's okay. I guess it's okay. It's okay. 3 mana. I don't know if it'd be something I'd be interested in playing, but you never know. Okay, so we got a double. Ooh, charm. Haven't seen charms in a while. Double rare pack here, so still no mythics. Sad. All right, arch enemies charm, 3 black. Exile. Choose one. Exile target creature or planeswalker. Return 1 or 2 target creature and or planeswalker cards from your graveyard to your hand. The 2+1/+1 counters on target creature you control. It gains lifelink until the end of turn. Okay. all very solid. You know, charms are nice. I like, again, like I like having options. Our Bororoid. Auroboroid. Oh, there's our first mythic. Never mind. Hey, a first mythic. And I can't pronounce it. Auroboroid. Auroboroid? Anyway. 2 and 2 green for a 1/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put X +1/+1 counters on each creature you control, where X is this creature's power. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can like, oh, that could definitely get out of hand right quick, huh? That's pretty solid. It's our first mythic. Seam Rip. 1 white. When this enchantment enters, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls a mana value 2 or less until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. And we got a full art plains. Nice. Again, I would definitely use those lands. They're pretty. They are nice. Maybe not the best lands ever, but they're still really nice. Really good artwork. And just a really, I like how the full art is done in this set, you know, as opposed to some other ones that I wasn't real big on. But Ice Cave Crasher, 4 mana for a 4/4, trample and landfall. Gets +1/+1 or +1/+0. Okay. Orbital Plunge, 3 in a red, deals 6 damage to target creature. Oh wait, yeah, we talked about that. Polar Squadron Ace. Oh, Pulsar Squadron Ace. 2 mana for a 1/2. When this creature enters, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a spacecraft card from among them and put it in your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. If you didn't put a card in your hand this way, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Okay. That's not too bad. It's actually fairly solid. Umbral Caller Zealot. 1 and a black for a 3/2. Sacrifice another creature or artifact. Surveil 1. Wow. Another sack outlet. Another sack outlet. Very cool. Unravel. 1 and 2 blue. Counter target spell. If the amount of mana spent to cast a spell was less than its mana value, you draw a card. I feel like, I mean, obviously there are meh. I mean, there's ways to reduce costs, but eh. Harmonious Grove Strider, 3 and 2 green. Award 2. This creature's power and toughness are each equal to the number of lands you control. We've seen that before. And Ice Till Explorer, 2 and 2 green for a 2/4. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. You may play lands from your graveyard. Those are me. Landfall, whenever a land you control enters, mill a card. That might not be, I mean, that's, again, you know, another one that would fit really well into my Omnath deck. Oh, wow. Wow, this is a $30 card. Holy buckets. That is really good. I really should have my my sleeves out here, I guess. I'm gonna have to go grab them. Oh wow, and that, again, I was thinking that was good, but this one's also like a $14 card. Neat. Neat. I'm gonna go grab my sleeves. I'll be right back. If I can find them. All right, I found him. Oh wait, these are not the ones I wanted. These are not the ones I wanted. I'll be right back. Should have grabbed the other ones. I should have paid attention. All right. Bing. Yeah, that Ouroboros. I should probably sleeve up this one too while we're at it. Okay. All right, so our one mythic was a pretty good hit. So at the end, we'll kind of see. I mean, I would have to imagine that I'd have to imagine that Ouroboros or whatever is probably maybe the chase card in this set. Maybe I'd have to think. For $30, I don't know how many other like bigger ones there could be. Not gonna worry too much about these commons anymore. The beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +1/+0 on gains for strike until the end of turn. Solid. Non-striker Vanguard, lifelink for 5. Beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control other than this creature. Yeah, we've seen that guy before. That's pretty cool though. Allergy Acolyte, 2 and 2 black, 4/4, lifelink. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you draw a card and lose 1 life. Void at the beginning of your end step. If a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped this turn, create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. Very cool. That's pretty cool for sure. Avert disaster or divert disaster. Ooh, and we got a full art swamp. It is really cool. I bet you that looks dope in foil. Probably one of the better looking foil ones in foil. Those like that color purple like always just kind of pops. All right, how many mythics will we get or not get? Cryo Shatter. Giant creature gets -5, -0, and it becomes tapped or is dealt damage. Destroy it. Okay. Pretty good. With Blade Enhancer. 5 and a white. Shattered Wings. Destroy target artifact or enchantment or creature with flying. Surveil 1. Actually, really good. All right, let's just go through these. Caesarian Dirgecraft 4 and a black 4/3. When this spacecraft enters, each opponent sacrifice a non-token creature. Cool. That's actually solid. 5 mana though. I guess let's get rid of it. You get some value out of it, I suppose. Hemosimbic Might. 1 green for a 1/1. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, another target creature you control gets +X/+X to the end of the turn, where X is this creature's power. Okay. You almost need to find a way to tap it. Rayblade Trooper 2 and like put some sort of equipment on it or something, or aura that allows you to tap it. Rayblade Trooper 2 and a white for a 2/2. When this creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Whenever a non-token creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it dies, create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token. Ooh. Again, this guy would probably fit well in Lenore. Be a solid. Okay. Singularity Rupture. 3 a white, a blue, and 2 black. Destroy all creatures, then any number of target players each mill half of their library, rounded down. What? 6 mana for a board wipe and milling. Ooh. That is new. Another foil forest. Foil one of these things. That's got to have some value, right? It's a mean card. That's a really mean card. I mean, it's expensive. Oh, it's really, I guess, apparently not as good as I thought. Not even 50 cents. Be mean though. Be real mean. It'd be real mean. Okay, we're already through half the box. And only 1 mythic so far, but it's a good one. Really good one. Lost in space. Target artifact or creature's owner puts it on the choice at the top or bottom of their library. Surveil 1. Okay, how much is that? 4 mana. Okay, it's not too bad. Starfield Shepherd. Ooh, that's nice. That's some pretty art. 5 mana for a 3/2 Flying Angel. When this creature enters, search your library for a basic plains card or a creature card with a mana value 1 or less. Reveal it and put it into your hand, then shuffle. Wow. And you can ward 1. Nice. That's actually really good. I mean, for 1 and a white, you can do it twice, but yeah, basically it becomes a tutor, or like you can fetch a land that if you need. That's really good. Sammy Ship's Engineer. 2 a red and a white for a 2/4. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, create a tap 2/2 colorless artifact creature token. Sea Chip Agrarian. 3 and a green for a 3/3. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, create a lander token. Whenever a land you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. That's pretty solid. It's 4 mana though, but he's still creating lander tokens. There, that stuff is pretty solid. Scrounge for Eternity. 2 and a black. As an additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature. Return target creature or spacecraft card from mana value 5 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then create a lander token. Okay. Biotech Specialist, a green and a red. So that's like my old, that's what I used to always play, red and green back in the day. Anyway, creates lander. When this creature enters, creates a lander token. Whenever you sacrifice an artifact, this creature deals 2 damage to a target opponent. Okay. All right, so getting lands, you know, shocking dudes. I mean, it's all right. It's not too bad. You know, helps you ramp, which is nice. Diplomatic relations. Target creature +1 gains vigilance until the end of turn, deals damage. Yeah, that's always good. All right. Camera's not behaving. Wonder if I need to turn my little light on here. All right. Cryogenic relic. I don't think I've seen this one yet. When this artifact enters or leaves the battlefield, draw a card. Okay. Sacrifice this artifact. Put a stun counter on up to 1 target tapped creature. This is actually really solid. So you get to draw 2 cards. For 2 mana, you get to draw 2 cards, and you get to lock down an opponent's creature, which is really neat. For 4 mana, you can just do it like right away and get 2 cards, like 4 mana, draw a card, stun a thing, stun a dude. That's really good. Squire Lightblade. Gene Pollinator. Tap and untap. Bombard, 4 damage for 3. Dark Endurance. Hilder Blade. Anyway, 1 black for a 3/1. Okay. Should be pretty easy to move around and attach to creatures. That's pretty solid. Pretty solid. Not sure that I'd use it in Commander, but Seam Rip, 1 white enchantment. When this enchantment enters, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls with mana value 2 or less. Non-land permanent. It's a good way to get rid of Soul Ring, I guess. Roving Actuator, 3 and a red, 3/4 with Void. When this creature enters, if a non-land permanent left, blah blah blah. Exile up to 1 target instant or sorcery card with mana value 2 or less from a graveyard. Copy it. You may cast the copy without paying its mana cost. Okay. I can see that being useful, but again, you're betting on your opponents having stuff. Rootguard Elite, X and 2 greens, creature with X +1/+1 counters on it. It leaves the battlefield, put its counters on target creature you control. Ooh. And Warp. Oh, okay. So you can get a lot of +1/+1 counters on things. That's pretty cool. Ragost Deft Gastronaut. Red and a white for a 2/2. Artifacts you control are foods in addition to their other types and have paid 2, sacrifice gain 3 life, or you can pay 1, tap and sacrifice a food. Ragost deals 3 damage to each opponent. Okay. The beginning of each turn and stuff, if you gained life this turn, untap Ragost. Wow, that's pretty cool. I like untapping my guys. That's always fun. Still only one mythic. We've got it. We're gonna probably go on a run of mythics here pretty soon. Probably. I mean, ooh, hello. That's really cool. That is a mythic. It's a mythic just kind of in the middle of the pack. Deafening Silence. It's kind of miscut. Yo, thanks for that, Lurk Devils. That's really cool. Enchantment for 1 white. Each player can't cast more than 1 non-creature spell each turn. Okay, let's look that one up. I mean, that's not too bad. $8 is worth sleeving, I guess. This is supposed to be like, this says 50 cents up here, but I wonder if this is supposed to be like not like a comic book, but like some sort of like not like book or something like that. Anyway, cool. So that's our second. It was just like right in the middle of the pack there, so that's cool. We got multiple. This is a really good pack, actually. Sulcer, Skundi, Volt. It's a double mythic pack, actually. Void Altar. This land enters tapped. Add a black and a station 12. 1 and a black. Pay 2 life. Sacrifice a creature. Draw cards equal to the sacrificed creature's power. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay. Wait, this is a. There's another mythic in here. There's like 3 mythics in this pack. I was complaining about not having any mythics, but we got another one right here. A triple mythic pack. Nice. Tanuk, Steadfast Second. 2 and 2 red for a 3/5. Other creatures you control have haste. Artifact cards and red cards, or red creature cards in your hand have warp. 2 and a red. Cool. I don't think that one's worth very much. Let's see. Let's just take a look in case we need to sleeves them. Well, I mean, we're gonna might as well sleeve it. It's gonna go into a binder anyway at some point whenever I get around to it. Yeah, this one I don't think is probably worth very much, but it might be worth a couple bucks. Yeah, it's not worth very much, but it's still gonna go into binder, so might as well just sleeve it up right away. All right, so 4 mythics. Again, 3 in 1 pack. That was a good pack. That was a real good pack. That was a real good pack. I mean, not as good as the Ourobororoid, whatever, but. Alrighty, let's just go through these last ones real quick, and then we'll get to the next box. Target creature deals damage to itself equal to its power. If that creature has flying, that deals twice that much of damage itself instead. Okay. Solid. Seam Flip, 1 white. When this enchantment enters, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls with mana value 2 or less. Cerebral Download. Surveil X, where X is the number of artifacts you control. Then draw 3 cards. Nice. Hilder Blade. Sulthura the Super Void. Okay, so another mythic. Man, I told you, like, we're just gonna be getting mythics out of, you know, they're just gonna go on a rush here, and we did. Sulthura the Super Void, 2 and 2 black. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent chooses a creature they control, then exiles it. At the beginning of your end step, if a player controls no creatures, sacrifice Sulthura, then put a creature card exiled with it onto the battlefield under your control with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. Wow. This is that's like a better Grave Pact. That's got to be worth some. That's got to be a decent little hit there, huh? That's got to be a decent hit. Wow, really? I would think it'd be better because, I mean, it's... That's a better... It's like almost... I mean, that's kind of a better Grave Pack. It's only 4 mana. And eventually you get something. I mean, you have to... I mean, you're really playing it later in the game to get... I don't know. I guess Grave Pack doesn't go away on its own without being removed. So that might be kind of the difference there. But it is another Grave Pact. So I could add that to all of those other Grave Pact decks. We're just gonna skip by these because it doesn't really matter. Brigade Elite, Sunstar Lightsmith, Beyond the Quiet, exile all creatures and spacecraft. All right, 5 mana. It's a 5 mana Wrath of God, except exiling. Beyond the Quiet. That's got to be... Oh, got a foil rare. Bioengineered Future. When this enchantment enters, create a lander token. Each creature you control enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it for each land that entered the battlefield under your control this turn. Okay. Okay. Not bad. Not horrible. Not great. Beyond the Quiet. We gotta... I think that would have been worth more, but I don't think this bioengineered future is very good either. No. All right, I'm just gonna pull. This is getting harder to get these packs out of the box. So we're just going to do like that. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 packs left of Edge of Eternities, and then we'll open up the Lorwyn stuff. So 5 mythics so far. Still some possibilities of more. Let's see. Dauntless Rat Bot. Oh my god, I don't have my camera on. Let's enter exile opponent's graveyard, create a lander token. Okay. Pull through the weft. Return up to 2 target non-land permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand, then return up to 2 target land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. It's pretty solid. I mean, that's a fun card. I don't know how like practically good it is, but it's fun. 3/1 assassin. When its creature enters, put 2 +1/+1 counters on this creature, or put target exiled card with warp on the bottom of its owner's library. Oh, that's actually pretty good. Ooh. Another one of these full art lands. Nesting Grounds. Move a counter from target permanent you control onto another target permanent. Activate only as a sorcery. So that's nice to move of just a counter. It's not just a +1/+1 counter, but it's like any counter. So that's pretty solid. Again, I'd love to see these in foil. I bet you they look neat. Well, I guess they have the Galaxy foils. What I think I saw, which is unfortunate. If they had that gilding, though, it would have been really cool. Alaya, Guided by Light. 3/3. Whenever this or another creature, artifact, enters, you gain a life. Okay. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card if you gain 3 or more life this turn. And you can warp. Nice. Nice little life game. Oh my goodness. I got up too early today. Probably catch up tomorrow. Yeah, it's a pretty solid little rare though. It's kind of interesting that I got 3 of my 5 mythics in one pack. So that means I've only had 3 packs with mythics. We're still not done. Hymn of the Fallen and a full art something or other here. Zulifit Orchestra Monster. I think we had this one already. Return target creature card. Oh yeah, we did. No, this is like the first rare we opened. That's pretty though. It's a nice looking card. It is a cool card. Cool cards are cool. It's not a valuable card, but it's nice to look at. Maybe one day it'll be more valuable. You never know. You never know. All right, let's just get to the good stuff. Oh, we got another mythic. And wait, hold on. I got to figure out what I'm doing here. Oh, I got a Blurret Mountain. Sweet. All right, what is this guy? All right, so it's another one of those ships thingies, but it's also a land. Enters tapped, adds a red, and it's also station. Sacrifice a land, create 2/2 colors, robot artifact creature token. Then creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain haste until the end of turn. I mean, it's all right, I guess. I don't think it's very great. Maybe a couple dollars. Yeah, I overestimated it. Like I said, I don't think it's very good. I didn't think it was very good. I really don't. Again, those station cards, I'm not overly impressed with them. Yeah, I'm not too overly impressed with them as a mechanic. Ooh, Godless Shrine. Nice. Very nice. Actually, oh, and we got another mythic. So yeah, I told you, like, we're gonna just get a run on mythics here. And actually, that Stomping Grounds I should sleeve up as well. Love these I love the Shocklands. Glad they brought them back. More ways to get them. All right, so we'll check out this mythic here in a moment. All right, whenever you play a land or cast a spell, draw a card. Wow. At the beginning of your end step, your life total becomes half your starting life total rounded up. Oofta. I can't imagine this is worth all that much. No. Almost not even worth sleeving. If it was the foil version, of the fractured foil version, that'd be pretty cool, but no, we can put a sleeve on it. No, I'm gonna waste my sleeve. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we've had 4 packs, 5 packs with mythics. One had 3. Oh, we got another, well, I don't know if we got anything, actually. I think it was going to be a cool foil, but I don't know if it is. All right. We got Possibility Technician, 2 and a red, 3/3. Whenever this creature or another Kavu you control enters, exile the top card of your library. For as long as that card remains exiled, you may play it if you control a Kavu. And you can warp it. Warp this. Okay. That's kind of neat. A little Kavu travel. Oh, that is a rare foil. Okay, I was thinking it was a rare foil. Let's see what we got here. Pretty. Oh, the synthesizer lab ship. Beginning of combat on your turn, up to one other target artifact you control becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 2/2 and gains flying until the end of turn. This one also has flying and vigilance. Okay. Again, very pretty card. Probably not worth much, but all right, last 2 packs. Don't know that I got like enough I don't know how much value we got out of this box. I wasn't really anticipating getting a lot of value, but let's see here. Ooh, another one of those. Terrain generator. You may put a basic land card from your hand on the battlefield tapped. Ooh. This is probably one of the better ones of these. Anticausal Vestige, 6 mana for a 7/5 Eldrazi. A new Eldrazi. When the creature leaves the battlefield, draw a card, then you may put a permanent card with mana value less than or equal to the number of lands you control from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. That's pretty solid. That might be one worth sleeving, maybe, perhaps. I mean, Eldrazi's, it's another Eldrazi. I mean, it's 6 mana though, so that might. I mean, that warp cost it's 4, but I think the whole point is the yeah, less than $1, which is not as good as I thought. It'd be a little bit better than that. All right, last one. Let's finish strong, hopefully. Finish this box strong, anyway. Hopefully. Hopefully. And then we'll go with the Lorwyn Eclipsed. We'll kind of go through some of their commons and stuff. The Eternity Elevator. 5 mana. Ooh, 5 mana, but tap for 3. And it's station 20. Holy moly. Add X mana of any color where X is the number of charge counters on the Eternity Elevator. Wow. Okay. I mean, if you could get this one going, it's probably pretty sweet. Oh, and one last full art, so that's cool. Okay, we'll check that one. That might have some value. I don't know. Maybe not. It's 5 mana to probably not. 5 mana for a yeah. I mean, it's not great, but we'll throw one of these on there. So I mean, not a bad little box there. I mean, there's some cool stuff. So we got what, 7 mythics, with the this one being the star of the show. That was our biggest hit, I think. We got some other pretty solid stuff. I mean, that Deafening Silence was pretty cool. That 3 mythic pack was really neat. So yeah, again, I don't know, like what kind of value we got out of this, but I don't imagine it was really great. But you get that full art forest, which was pretty sweet. And these other foil arts are pretty neat too. All right, so let's go ahead and get all this stuff put away, and then we'll dive into that other box, the next box. Remember, we got turtles to open up. Ninja Turtle box to open up. We have Lorwyn Eclipsed, and also, I guess I could do this a little different. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm going to take a quick break. Then when I come back, we'll open this bad boy up. All right, so real quick, I'm gonna check. One thing I didn't want to do before was one thing I didn't want to do before we started opening was check prices. Again, I haven't seen any of these cards because I did not pay any attention to any of these sets over the last year. I haven't opened a pack since Tarkir Dragonstorm. All right. See what is so yeah so we definitely got the best hit for just a standard card, you know, that's not a showcase or any kind of, you know, otherwise extra, you know, like special treatment. It's so we definitely got the best one. We didn't, so the next one was Quantum Riddler. A $32 card. Let's see if there's any of these other ones. Yeah, that Ice Tail Explorer we got was good. Yeah, so everything. Sacred Foundry. All right. Yeah, I mean, we did okay. We did okay. Got a couple of the Shocklands. All right. Let's check out Lorwyn Eclipsed. Like I said, after this, we'll open up a box of Ninja Turtles. And then we'll open up the we'll open up the Marvel gift box. Just gonna pull these out of the box instead of Okay. So again, with this one, we'll check out, you know, some of the commons and stuff like that. We'll go through a little bit slower at first. Nope, my camera got all right. All right, get situated here. All right, here we go. Lorwyn Eclipsed. Or Lorwyn Eclipse, not Lorwyn. Anyway, Barbed Bloodletter. One on a black flash when this equipment enters attached to target creature you control. That creature gains Wither until the end of turn. But creatures get +1/+2. You know, we're just gonna keep out. One in a white. Keep out deals 4 damage to target tapped creature. Destroy target enchantment. Those are both pretty solid, actually. Crossroads Watcher. Endangered Flamecaster. I'm not, you know what? I'm not even gonna bother. I can go back through these later. Let's just get to the good stuff. Let's get through this box. I have other stuff to do. We'll look at the uncommons and the commons. This spell costs 2 less to cast if a creature is attacking you. This owner of a target spell or creature puts on the choice of the top or bottom of the library. Okay. It's not too bad. That's actually pretty decent. Vinebred Brawler. This creature must be blocked if able. Whenever this creature attacks another target elf you control, gets +2/+1 until the end of turn. Okay. 3 mana for a 4/2 that must be blocked. I mean, I could see this going into, like, you know, constructed decks. Kithkeeper, 6 and a white. When this creature enters, create X 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature tokens, where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. Tap 3 untapped creatures you control. This creature gets a +3/+0 and gains flying until the end of turn. 7 mana for that, though. My goodness. All right, our first rare of Lorwyn Eclipsed is Brigid's Command. 1 of green and a white. These command cards are always fun. Choose to create a token that's a copy of target Kithkin you control. Target player. Yo, Goated Man, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Target player creates a 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature token. Target creature you control gets +3/+3 until the end of turn. Target creature you control fights target creature and opponent controls. Now that's pretty neat. So basically, in that case, you're probably using these two. I guess you don't have to. You don't really have to, but I mean, there's a good chance that in a lot of cases you're probably doing those two. Who knows? I mean, there's definitely options there. Some things that, you know, some ways to use that in interest, you know, there's some interesting ways you could probably use that card. Kinseer Skin Scares. I don't know how to say it. Sentry, 1 and a white. So we got a mythic. Wait, no, it's a rare. Never mind. I thought that was said mythic. And my eyes are not that great. So 2/2 first strike lifelink. Okay, really good, really good. Whenever this creature attacks, you may put a creature card with mana value X or less from your hand onto the battlefield tapped and attacking, where X is the number of attacking creatures you control. Interesting. I mean, you know, you put this in like a token go wide deck, and you could put stuff, all kinds of stuff on the battlefield pretty easy. So that's neat. Oh, our foil is this thing. Oh, we already got a full art land. Again, like these aren't as nice as the like this type with the frame and everything isn't as nice as the Edge of Eternity's ones, but I mean, the art's really nice though. I mean, that's actually a really cool art. Okay. And that Kithkin token's really neat too. It's really nice. Ooh. Hello, Miss Elf. Hello, ma'am. Yeah, normally I'd go through the commons. I'm not going to worry too much about the commons. Again, it's something that if I ever get back into deck building, I can always come back and go through them. We'll go through the uncommons just because they're going to be a little bit more interesting. Probably, maybe not always. Prisma Basher, 4 and 2 green for a 6/6 trample. When this creature enters, up to X target creatures you control get +X/+X until the end of turn, where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. So apparently this set wants you playing lots of colors in your decks. Gathering Stone, 4 mana artifact. This artifact enters, choose a creature type. Spells you cast of the chosen type cost 1 less to cast. When this artifact enters and at the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's a card of the chosen type, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you don't put the card into your hand, you may put it into the graveyard. That's actually pretty solid. That is actually a pretty solid uncommon right there. Sour Bread Auntie. Yikes. 2 and 2 red for a 4/3 goblin. When this creature enters, you may blight 2. If you do, create 2 1/1 black and red goblin creature tokens. To blight, put 2 -1/-1 counters on a creature you control. Okay. Burdened stoned back. 1 and a white for a 4/4. This creature enters with 2 -1/-1 counters on it. You can pay 1 and a white, remove a counter from this creature. Target creature gains indestructible until the end of turn. That's not too bad. That's actually pretty solid. Champions of the Perfect. Wait. Was that just dirty? Was that... It's kind of... I mean... Trying to see... I don't know if that's a misprint or if that's supposed to be like that. I feel like that's maybe a misprint on that E there. Anyway. You get it back into focus here. We do better than that, I think. There we go. As an additional cost to cast this spell, behold an elf and exile it. Exile an elf you control or an elf card from your hand. Whenever you cast a creature spell, draw a card. When this creature leaves the battlefield, return the exiled card to its owner's hand. Okay. I mean, 4 mana, it's a 6/6. I mean, you obviously... I mean, you're probably... It's actually pretty solid. I mean, because you're generally playing... You're playing in an elf deck, right? And that... more than likely, you're probably gonna have a mana dork out there that you can exile real easy. But I mean, like, getting a 6/6 on the board early, like turn 3, would be pretty solid play and like standard. So I would imagine that people at least tried to build around that deck and or build around that card in standard maybe. Gathering Stone, 4 mana. As this artifact enters, I mean, honestly, you could. Even in Commander, that'd be a really solid card. I feel like. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, it's not even $1, but it's still a cool card, I think. I think it'd be a playable card. I mean, it's a draw engine, which is really nice. And you get that elf back at the, like if it dies. At any rate, Gathering Stone, 4 mana. As this artifact enters, why does it still feel like it's out of focus here? Suppose you cast a chosen. Oh wait, we've. Oh Oh yeah, we've already seen that. We already looked at that one. Oh my god, it's like the same. Hold on. It's literally the same. Almost all the same uncommons there. When this creature enters, you gain life equal to the number of colors among permanents you control. Bloodline bidding, 6 and 2 black. You can convoke it. Choose a creature type. Return all creature cards of the chosen type from your graveyard to the battlefield. That could be pretty ridiculous, you know, especially like a zombie deck or just like a mill deck. All right, so our first foil rare, and we got another. Well, never mind. Never mind. I was gonna say something else. Oh, this is that Sentry guy that we were just talking about. Again, pretty solid little card. It's really solid little rare. I mean, I dig it. What is this? We'll find out at the end, I guess. Let me get rid of all the commons here. Ooh, hello. Just right there in the middle is on our first mythic. This is one of those special guest type cards. Painter's Servant. All right, 2 mana. Artifact creature Scarecrow. As this creature enters, choose a color. All cards that aren't on the battlefield, spells and permanents, are the chosen color in addition to their other colors. Huh. Interesting. I feel like that's a nice hit. That's a $33 card right there. That is a solid hit right there. We'll take it. The last time we had a hit like this, there was 2 more mythics in the pack in that Edge of Eternities box. All right, nice. Solid. Solid. All right. Now, Kindle the Inner Flame. Create a token as a copy of target creature you control, except it has haste, and at the beginning of this end step, sacrifice this token and has flashback. Okay. It's gonna be a fun card, huh? Gut Splitter Gang, 4 mana for a 6/6 at the beginning of your first main phase. You may blight 2. If you don't, you lose 3 life. To blight, put 2. Okay. I mean, it's drawback of having a 6/6 for 4 mana. When this creature enters, return up to 1 other target creature to its owner's hand. Okay, that's not too bad. With blinking strategies, or like not blinking, but whenever you have like enters effects, stuff like that, you want to get, you know, this is a way to do that. I mean, you can use it offensively, you can use it defensively. 3 mana, you get a creature. It's too bad it didn't have flash. If it had flash, it'd be almost like broken. Oh, it's a double. So it is a double mythic pack. Can we get 3? Is there maybe another one behind this? Anyway, Aurora Awakener, a 6 and a green for a 7/7. That's trample. When this creature enters, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal X permanent cards, where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. Put the number of those permanent cards onto the battlefield, and then put the rest of the revealed cards on the bottom of your library in a random order. That's pretty good. I mean, you could definitely... Well, okay, maybe it's not that great. I guess this one just really wants you to play all colors. Yeah, I didn't think it was all that good. It's not even $1, but still, double mythic pack. We'll take it. Couldn't quite. Oh, then we got a foil full art. Then one of these, which is almost not even worth keeping. So swamp, no full art swamp. Nice foil, full art swamp. Nice. May have already peaked though with that Painter's Servants. Flaring Cinder. Okay, we've seen that guy before. Requiting Hex, 1 black, additional cost. You may cast a sack 2. I mean, additional cost. You cast a spell. You may blight. Destroy target creature with mana value 2 or less. The spell's additional cost was paid. You gain 2 life. That wow, that is not good. It's instant though. Ugh. I don't think it's that great though. Silver Gill Mentor, 1 and a blue for a 2/1, and its additional cost to blight. Oh wait, behold a Merfolk or pay 2. When this creature enters, create a 1/1 white and blue Merfolk. Whatever. Not overly impressed there. Bark of Doran. Artifact equipment, 1 and a white. Equipped creature is +1/+0. As long as this equipped creature's toughness is greater than its power, it assigns combat damage to it as its toughness. Okay. That, honestly, I could probably put this into my Council of 4 deck just so I could attack with my Council. Actually deal commander damage. Doran, Besieged by Time. 1 a white, a black, and a green. Now this is a magic card, I think. You know what I mean? Like it looks like a magic card. I don't know if it's any good, but all right. 0/5. Each creature's spell you cast with a toughness greater than its power costs 1 less to cast. Whenever a creature you control attacks or blocks, it gets +X/+X until the end of turn, where X is the difference between its power and its toughness. All right, so basically, this essentially turns this guy into a 5/5. Or a 5, well, in this case, it'd be a 5/10. Wow, what? Wait, what? When it attacks? Woo! All right, so basically, these two guys, now, mind you, anyway, it would fit well with this guy, but this could be like a commander. I mean, you could definitely, I'm sure somebody's built around this guy, I would think. Another full art. So getting lots of full arts so far. Maybe it's just coincidence. Eclipsed Marrow. When this creature enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a Merfolk, Plains, or Island card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay, 3 mana. So 2/3. Not too horrible, not too great. Just kind of okay. Just kind of okay. Just kind of okay. All right. All right. We already seen that guy. I think we got that guy. Barak. There we go again. Noggle Robber. 1 and 2 others, a green orbit. 3/3. When this creature enters or dies, create a treasure token. Okay, that's solid. Again, probably more unlimited than anything else, but still solid. Goliath Daydreamer. 2 and a 2 red for a 4/4. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell from your hand, exile that card with a dream counter on it instead of putting it into your graveyard as it resolves. Whenever this creature attacks, you may cast a spell from among cards you own and exile with dream counters on them without paying its mana cost. Wow. That's pretty solid. I feel like that's real good, actually. but the market does not agree with me. I think of this. I mean, I don't know how good it is, but it seems like it'd be fun. Anyway. All right, Shine Striker. Look at that freaking colorful art there, huh? Shine Striker flying when this enters the draw card equal the number of colors among permanents you control. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely all about, yo, play lots of colors, you ninny. You ninny. Shimmer wild growth. Shimmer wilds growth instead of wild growth. Anyway, 1 in a green, enchanted land is aura, enter, choose a color, it's chosen color. Whenever enchanted land is tapped for mana, its controller adds an additional 1 mana of the chosen color. Okay. Again, yeah, just another wild growth. Deep Channel Duelists, a white and a green, a blue, not white and green. At the beginning of your end step, untap target merfolk you control. Other merfolk you control get +1/+1. Okay, a little merfolk stuff going on there. Ooh, this is pretty. This is a pretty card. Twin Flame Travelers. It is an uncommon though. You think that something like this would be like rare just because it's so pretty. 4 mana for a 3/3 flying. If a triggered ability of another elemental you control triggers, it triggers an additional time. That's fun. Need elementals, but it's still a really pretty card. And right behind it is another card that is a rare. All right. Ashling Rekindled. For 1 in a red is a 1/3. Whenever a creature enters or transforms into Ashling Rekindled, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may pay 1 blue. If you do, transform Ashling. He transforms into Ashling Rhymebound. Whenever this creature transforms into Ashling Rhymebound at the beginning of your main phase, add 2 mana of any color. Spend that mana only to cast spells with mana value 4 or greater. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may pay 1 red. If you do, transform Ashling. All right. It's a cool little card there. Pretty neat card there. That Twin Flame Traveler art is pretty sick, though. I mean, that is a really nice looking card. That one in foil would be pretty dope, I feel like. All right. Herrick Strike, 2 and a white. An additional cost to cast a spell, you may blight 2. Choose 1 if the spell's additional cost was paid. Both instead. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. Destroy target creature. Okay. Spring Leaf Drum, 1 and tap an untapped creature control. Add 1 mana of any color. Tap an untapped. Well, I mean, you need mana fixing apparently in this set. So, Creekwood Safe Right, 1 and a black for a 5/5. This creature enters with 3 -1/-1 counters on it. At the beginning of your end step, if there is an elf card in your graveyard and this creature has a -1/-1 card on it, remove a -1/-1 card from this creature. Okay, I mean, it's an easy way. I mean, for 2 mana, you can get it out, and I'm sure you could find a way to get an elf creature into your graveyard and get a 5/5 for very cheap. Boldwyr Aggressor, 3 and 2 red for a 2/5 with double strike. Other giants you control have double strike. Giant Tribal, maybe? Ooh. Shockland Overgrown Tomb. Nice. Nice. I didn't know that. So they must have had a certain cycle of them in Edge of Eternities, and the other cycle, probably the enemy cycle in the partner cycle in Edge of Eternities, the enemy cycle or whatever. In this one, so solid. I'll take that. I'll take an Overgrown Tomb. Yes, yes, I will. Yes, I will. I will take you all day long. I will take you all day long. All day, all day. All right. Noggle Robber. Like saying that. Dundulin Weaver. 1 and a green for a 2/1. When this creature enters, if you control 3 or more creatures, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Playable. Spell Snare. Solid little counter spell. Darkness Descends. Oofta. That would just be mean. And we have a mythic. Yay! Soul Immolation. 3 and 2 red. As an additional cost to play this spell, Blight X. X can't be greater than the greatest toughness among creatures you control. But X wasn't blah blah blah. Soul Immolation deals X damage to each opponent and each creature they control. That's pretty solid, I would say. It's pretty solid. I mean, I would say like I'm gonna say $5. Show me $5. Well, not this version. It's like $3, but still, it's a mythic, and we'll slave it up because it is. I mean, it would be. It's gonna get. It would be sleeved anyway. Okay, very cool, very cool, and another foil full art. Nice. They are being much nicer with the foil full arts in this set than Edge of Eternities was, but of course I'm sure that those full arts, foil full arts in Edge of Eternities are probably pretty chaste. Even though, I mean, they're like $3 or $4, but I mean, I wouldn't mind having a bunch of those if I were building a deck, I suppose. Again, I don't know when the next time I'll build another deck or anything, but it may be a while. That guy we've seen Darkness Descends, we've seen Warren Torchmaster. 1 and a red for a 2/2 at the beginning of combat on your turn. You may blight. When you do, target creature gains haste until the end of turn. Whatever, dude. All right, Tristan's Command. Okay, so the commands are back. 4 and a green and a black. Create a token that's a copy of target elf you control. Return up to 1 target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Destroy target creature or enchantment. Creature's target player controls gets +3/+3 until the end of turn. Untap them. Okay. Commands are fun. There are some good ones. That one, I'm not sure how good it is, but I think that's fairly mid in regards to commands, but yeah, it's not even worth. It's barely worth a quarter, if that. It's barely worth the cardboard it's printed on. Okay, just make sure we don't have anything hiding. Like, all right, list Alana Dignitary as an additional cost to the cast of this spell. Behold an elf. Add 2 green mana, activate only if there's an elf card in your graveyard. To behold an elf, choose an elf you control or reveal an elf card from your hand. Okay. It's not bad. Flame Braider. 1 and a red for a 2/2. Put 2. Add 2 mana in any combination of colors. Spend this mana only to cast elemental spells and activate abilities of elementals. Crib Swap. 2 and a white, a changeling. Exile target creature. Its controller creates a 1/1 colorless shapeshifter creature token with changeling. This card is every creature type. That's interesting. Kindred Instant Shapeshifter. Ooh, look at you. Scuzzback Scrounger. That's a cool looking card. It actually is a really cool looking card. 1 in a red for a 3/2 at the beginning of your first main phase. You may blight one. If you do, create a treasure token. Okay, I mean, that's not too bad. I mean, treasure tokens are nice. We got another full. We got a full rare here. Bloodline Bidding, 6 and 2 black. Convoke. Okay, yeah, we've seen that one before, but still we got a full version of it now. So we got 2 of them. Let's see if this has any value. A little bit of value. It's pretty cool. Still cool, like creating treasure tokens, like helping you ramp, ramping. That's always fun, huh? Okay, we're almost halfway through this box. 3 mythics so far. Hit 7 in our last box. Of course, 3 in 1 pack it helped. It definitely helped. Lofty Dreams. Enchanted creature that does have Convoke. When this or enters, draw a card. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and has flying. That's always nice, but 5 mana is a lot. Bliss, Alana Dignitary, 1 in a green. Oh yeah, we had that before. Flame Braider, Rib Swap, very, very familiar. Sonar, innovative first year. 2 and 2 others. 2 red, 2 like a red. Like, you see the card. At the beginning of your first main phase, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal X non-land cards, where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. For each of those colors, you may exile a card of that color from among the revealed cards. Then shuffle. You may cast the exile cards this turn. I don't like that. I don't like this one. Having to exile or having to cast them that turn, I think, is what kind of ruins that one for me. So you're already casting like 4. Oh, wait. Never mind. It's actually a little bit better than at first glance, because it says the beginning of your first main phase. It's a repeatable effect. I was thinking that it was an effect that happened as you cast it, but it's not. So it's not too bad. I mean, it is. So you may exile. You don't have to. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Thoughtweft Lieutenant. I think we talked about that one. Ooh, that's pretty. Again, really nice showcase. Eclipsed Marrow, 3 mana, 2/3. When this creature enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a Merfolk, plant, or island card. I think we've already looked at that one, but still, that's really nice. Really nice showcase cards. Sizzling Changeling. And 2 in a red Changeling. When this creature dies, exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. Okay. Eclipsed Boggart. I think we talked about him. Champion of the Shoal. 3 in a blue for a 4/6 Merfolk. In addition to an additional cost to the spell, behold a Merfolk and exile it. Whenever this creature enters, it becomes tapped. Tap up to 1 target creature and put a stun counter on it. When this creature leaves the battlefield, return the exiled card to its owner's hand. Nice. It's kind of neat. Kind of neat. I mean, if you're playing Merfolk, I'm sure you're enjoying, you know, you're enjoying the new Merfolk to add to your deck. If the Merfolk are your thing, which there are people that it is their thing. All right, personify. Want to know white? Exile target creature you control, then return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. Create a 1/1 colorless shapeshifter token. All right, yeah. So like another one where, you know, a blinking effect. Those are always nice. It's pretty sweet. All right, here we go. Virulent Emissary, 1 green for a 1/1 with Death Touch. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. I mean, that's actually really nice. There's plenty of ways to take advantage of that. Can deal 2 damage to each opponent for blight 1. It's not bad. It's not bad. Adept Water Shaper, 2 and a white for a 2/4. Other type creatures you control have indestructible. Nice. More Merfolk to add. Oh, double rare pack. Yay! Brigid Klatchen's Heart. 2 and a white for a 3/2. Kithkin Warrior. Whenever this creature enters or transforms into Brigid Klatchen's Heart, create Brigid Klatchen's Heart. Create a 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature token. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may pay 1 green. If you do, transform Brigid. And Brigid Downs Mind. You can tap it to X green or X white, where X is the number of other creatures you control. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may pay 1 white. If you do, transform Brigid. Okay. Pretty solid little mana dork there. Hey, another foil art. That's nice. Again, I'm not as big of a fan of this style. This is kind of like that. Oh, I'm not going to remember the name of it. It was like the first set that I opened up when I came back to Magic back almost 6 years ago. Oh, man. Ugh. Anyway. Maybe I'll think about it later. I'm not too worried about it. Not going to put too much brain power into it since I'm a little tired and, you know how it goes. You know how it goes. All right. Again, I might have to just go back through these commons on my own just to kind of check them out real quick. Glamour Grifter. 1 and a blue for a 1/2 with flash and flying. When this creature enters, choose up to 1 other target creature until the end of turn. That creature has base power and toughness 4/4 and gains all creature types. Ooh, that seems like a fun card. You could do fun things with. Shimmer Creep. Looks like a vintage style art there from, from days of yore. Shimmer Creep, 4 and a black, 3/5 with Menache. When this creature enters, each opponent loses X life, and you gain X life, where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. Yay, like multicolor. Moon Vigil Adherence, 2 and 2 green. Trample this creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control, and each creature card in your graveyard. You can get pretty big. Let's see, Giant Fall. 1 in a red, target creature control deals damage equal to its power to target creature or an opponent controls. It's always nice. Or destroy target artifact. This is one that's gonna probably see a lot of play, I would have to imagine. Oh, hello. Got a nice showcased mythic. Here, we'll deal with these here real quick and then. All right. Mirror Form, 4 and 2 blue. Each non-land permanent you control becomes a copy of target non-aura permanent. Okay. I bet you that's worth sleeving. I'm just going to sleeve it up right now. 6 mana, though. But I mean, that has to be something that could be kind of broken, right? Non-aura. All right, Mist Form. Let's see. Or Mirror Form, sorry. in the showcase. I mean, it's not great, but it's still pretty cool. It's another mythic, so that's 4 mythics now. See if we can beat the 7 mythics from... Okay. Glamour Gifter, Shimmer Creep, Moon Vigil Adherence, Giant Fall, Figure. Just get rid of these here. All right, Figure or Fable. 1 mana for a 1/1 with lots of options. This creature can become a Kithkin Scout with base power and toughness 2/3. Solid. 1 and 2 others. If this creature is a scout, it becomes a Kithkin Soldier with base power and toughness 4/5. Oh, I see what's happening here. Then for 6 mana, if this creature is a soldier, it becomes Kithkin Avatar with base power and toughness 7/8 and protection for each of your opponents. That's pretty neat. Now I wonder, like, each of your opponents, that means like all their creatures too, or is it just like they can't? I don't know. Figure of Fable. I mean, that seems like it could have some value. I mean, that's a solid creature. I mean, it's really easy to get out. Huh. Yeah, it's not very valuable, but I think that's actually a really neat card. That's a really neat card. I mean, mind you, you're spending all that mana on one single card, right? All right, Eclipsed Realms, little land. This land enters, choose elemental, elf, fairy, giant, goblin, Kithkin, merfolk, or treefolk. Add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast a spell of the chosen type or activate an ability. Okay, that's not horrible. That's not horrible. I mean, you can pay. You know, it can give you 1 colorless if it's casting anything other than those things. But Hobble Hurler, 3 and 2 others, 6/7. So 7 mana, 6/7. This creature enters with 2 -1/1 counters. You can remove counter from this creature, and target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains flying until the end of turn. I love it. Giants love 2 things: sleeping and getting rid of things that wake them up. Nice. Nightmare Sower. 3 and a black, 2/3 flying lifelink. When you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, put a -1/-1 counter up to 1 target creature. Okay. And that seems dirty. Raiding Schemes, 3, a green and a red. Each non-creature spell you cast has Conspire. As you cast a non-creature spell, you may tap 2 untapped creatures you control that share a color with it. When you do, copy it, and you may choose new targets for the copy. A copy of a permanent spell becomes a token. Okay. I mean, it's expensive. It's neat, though. It is neat. All right, another mythic. It's a double rare pack with one of them, those rares being a mythic. We'll just get rid of this here. All right. Lockmare, 1 and a blue for a 4/5. It enters with 3 -1/-1 counters, because basically it enters as a 1/3. You can remove a counter from this creature to draw a card. That's really good. Remove 2 counters from this creature to tap target creature, put a stun counter on it. All right, very solid. Again, we'll sleeve that because it is a mythic, and I do believe, I mean, that's got to be worth at least a few bucks. You would think. I would say maybe $4. Maybe not. It's like not even $2. Not even $1. Actually, it's actually pretty ass, apparently, according to everybody else. I think it's okay. I mean, it's okay. You get to draw cards. You can draw 3 cards if you want. Up to 3 cards. As long as you have the mana for it. And, you know, looks like you could probably do that. I don't think you even have to do it at sorcery speed, which is nice. Where are we at here? The rhyme speaker. Whenever you cast a spell with mana 4 or greater, draw a card. Ever Strike's Gift. Enchant creature. It gets +1/+0 on its flying. Okay. By return the card from your graveyard to your hand. All right. Dose of Dawnglow. So 4 and a black, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then if it isn't your main phase, Blight 2. All right. Spry and Mighty. 4 and a green. Choose 2 cards and you control. You draw X cards and the chosen creature gets +X/+X against trample. Where X is the difference between the chosen creature's powers. Oh, man. Okay, that seems pretty cool. We've seen that. To give Dose of Dawnglow. It's almost like this last pack. Crimson Basher. 6 mana, 6/6 with trample. This creature enters to X target creatures you control. Get +X/+X for till the end of turn where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. Okay. Hey, Blood Crypt. Very nice. That one's getting sleeved. We'll take that. Okay, so it's not enemy colors. It's just whatever. Wasn't the other one? I think the other one was, yeah, black and green. Well, yeah, those are enemy colors. Whatever. We'll take Shocklands. We'll take Shocklands. Shocklands are great. Shocklands are fantastic. We'll take as many of those as we can get. We got 2 in the Edge of Eternities. We'll take more than 2. Eclipsed Elf. When this creature enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal an elf, swamp, or forest card among them and put it into your hand. The rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Very solid. Very solid, actually. Very good. That's actually, I like it a lot. Dawn Blessed Permanent. Artifact. 1 mana. As this artifact enters, choose blah, blah, blah. When a permanent you control the chosen type enters, you gain life. You can sacrifice this artifact, return target card you've chosen. That's actually pretty good, too. That is actually really solid as well. Flittering Nuisance. 1 blue for a flyer. Enters with a +1 or -1/-1 counter on it. You can move the counter whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player or planeswalker this turn. Draw a card. Feel like that is not great. That is my opinion. I am entitled to my opinion. So we're sitting at 5 mythics. Last stack here we're going through. So the last like 10 packs. So we're running out of packs here. We're going through this a lot faster than I normally would, though. Wander Brine Trapper. Tap another untapped creature you control. Tap target creature and opponent controls. That's pretty solid too. Tap another. Yeah. I mean, it's okay. 1 blue or 1 white. I mean, it's solid, I guess. Perfect Intimidation. 3 and a black. Choose their opponent. Exiles 2 cards from their hand. Remove all counters from target creature. That's actually pretty sweet. This is probably like maybe a sideboard type card in standard, maybe. Thought Whiff Charge. Thirst for Identity. It's not horrible. Emptiness. And here's a mythic. Look at that guy. It's a pretty cool looking frame. 4 white and a black, or a 4 white or a black, whatever. 6 mana for a 3/5. Then this creature enters. If 2 white was spent to cast it, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. If the black was spent, put 3 -1/-1 counters on it to one target creature. And evoke one and a black. What is evoke again? Enraged Flame Scout. I forget what it is. Oh. Okay. It's actually not too bad. Okay, so for 2 mana, you basically can do either of those effects. I see. It's pretty neat. It's neat, not very valuable, but neat nonetheless. So that's our 6th mythic. At least that Painter Servant's kind of saving saving this box a little bit. Seen that guy. All right, let's just get to the good stuff. Ashling's Command. Choose 2. Create a token that's a copy of target elemental you control. Target player draws 2 cards. Ashling Command deals 2 damage to each creature target player controls, and target player creates 2 treasure tokens. All right, 5 mana, it's not bad. It gives you options. I like options. I like having, you know, cards that, you know, are flexible. Yeah, well, I think we're going to go through all this, everything after this pretty fast, because I'm getting a little tired. So we can end the streamers. We're going to be here for another like 3 hours. Taster of Wares, 2 and a black, 3/2. When this creature enters, target opponent reveals X cards from their hand, where X is the number of goblins you control. You choose one of those cards. That player exiles it. If an instant or sorcery card is exiled this way, you may cast it for as long as you control this creature, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. Cool. That's always fun. Playing with everybody else's stuff is always fun. Always. In case you didn't know. Alrighty. Again, if it ever becomes important, that's actually pretty neat. Unbury. Collective Inferno. Enchantment, you can convoke it. As an enchantment enters, choose a creature type. Double all damage that sources you control of that chosen type would deal. Woo. Woo. That seems like a really good one for a dragon deck. This seems like something really good for a dragon deck. I mean, it's expensive. I'm going to sleeve it. I do think that one day this will be more than just a couple dollars, but it's still one that I would be putting into a binder at one point or another. So we're at 6 mythics. See if we can pull any more. Ooh, we got a full art foil. See if it's of rare or higher quality. Probably just a uncommon though, I would think. Unbury. All right, so we got Mutable Explorer, 2 and a green for a 1/1 changeling. When this creature enters, Create a tapped Mutavault token that it's a land with tap colorless and pay one. This token becomes a 2/2 creature with all creature types at the end of turn. It's still a land. That's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. And Sapling Nursery. Oh, it is a full art foil showcase foil. Let's see if it's any good though. 6 and 2 green. Affinity for forests. So I think it's like cost less for each forest you control. Anyway, landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, create a 3/4 green tree folk creature token with reach. Pay 1 and a green, exile this enchantment. Tree folk and forest you control gain indestructible until the end of turn. This is probably not worth a whole lot, but I'm still gonna sleeve it, and we're gonna check the price. It's only a couple bucks. Oh wait, well, let's see if the foil is any better. Not really. Still a cool card. Still a neato card. Next, we'll be opening up the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles box. Another. It's pretty cool. It's a good looking card. Hey, another mythic. So we made our 7 mythics. Can we get an 8th just to beat the last one? Meek attack. To a red for an enchantment. 1 in a red. You may put a creature card with total power and toughness 5 or less from your hand onto the battlefield. That creature gains haste at the beginning of the next end step. Sacrifice that creature. So this is kind of like sneak attack. It's Meek attack. Get it? Get it? Still pretty good. Sneak attack's solid card. I mean, it's a mythic. It's gonna be sleeved because it's a mythic, and also we're gonna check the price. It's our 7th mythic. It's not quite as good as sneak attack, and the price actually shares that opinion. Whatever, man. Whatever, man. I think it's cool. Give me another sneak attack. All right. 4 more packs. Can we get us another? We find us another mythic. We got Deepway Navigator. Flash, 2/2 with flash for 2. When this creature enters, untap each other merfolk you control. As long as you're attacked with 3 or more merfolk this turn, merfolk you control get +1/+0. So lots of merfolk love. So that's good. People that play merfolk decks are really enjoying this set, I'm sure. Dawnhand Dissident, 1 black for a 1/2. You can blight to surveil 1. You can blight 2. Exile target card from a graveyard, and during your turn you may cast creature spells from among cards you own exiled with this creature by removing 3 counters from among creatures you control in addition to paying their other costs. I mean, that's actually really cool. I feel like I want to look that one up because I mean that one potentially has some value. I really feel like. It's only 1 mana. I mean, it's really. I think it's a solid effect, but not valuable. So I guess I'm wrong. Still seems really cool though. Still really cool. Seems like a fun card to play with. Get stuff out of your graveyard. That's always nice. Hey, hey, and another foil full art. So it's like our third foil full art. That's cool. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, but we got another Shockland, Temple Gardens. So that's 3 Shocklands. So we only got 2 in the previous, but I mean like 5 Shocklands so far today is a pretty good day. You know, like you would have told me, hey, you're gonna get 3 new shock or 5 new Shocklands. You get 5 new Shocklands today. I'd have been like, that seems like a pretty good day. I think that's a pretty good day. That, to me, it is. Anyway, I mean, you guys can disagree, but you would be wrong. Shadow Urchin. I bet you this is worth like 5 cents. Not even just looking at it. Seems like a card that's not going to be worth very much, but let's see if I'm wrong. 2 and a red or black for a 3/4. When this creature attacks, blight 1. Whenever a creature you control with 1 or more counters on it dies, exile that many cards from the top of your library until your next end step. You may play those cards. Yeah, I'm gonna say 54 cents. 54 cents. $0.54. Damn, I overpriced it. You know, when I said first 5 cents, literally the first listing that you can buy this for 5 cents on TCG Player right now. So I was like I said, sometimes you can just look at a card and what it looks like and you can be like, yeah, that one's probably not very worth much. All right, we need a mythic here to get 8 mythics. Can we be so lucky? Can we be so lucky for our last pack of Lorwyn Eclipsed? It's kind of a neat bot, an interesting set, but okay, so probably not. Dream Harvest, 5 and 2 others. Each opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they have exiled cards with total amount in value 5 or greater this way. Until the end of your turn, you may cast cards exiled this way without paying their mana cost. Neat. This one would be a fun one to play in. Oh, we did get another rare though, not a mythic. Let's see what do we got here. Champion of the Path, 3 in a red, 7/3. As addition cost of his, but behold an elemental and exile it. Whenever another elemental you control enters, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. When this creature leaves the battlefield, return the exiled card to its owner's hand. Okay. Not too bad. I kind of want to see this Dream Harvest. I bet it's just worth $1 or $2. I was wrong. I was wrong. But that's okay. It's okay to be wrong. All right, not too bad. Like our big hit, obviously, is this Pointer Servant. Everything else kind of meh. We did get 3 Shocklands, so that was nice. Okay, we'll take a look here in a moment as far as what the most valuable stuff in the set is. Stuff that we did not get. Because I don't think we did real well. Like I said, the Shocklands. Aside from that special guest. And again, with this one, we're just going to pretty much just go straight to the rares. I'm going to probably look through these cards later, but we'll just hit the big stuff. I don't think there's a whole lot of value in this set. It's just neat from what I've seen of it. Okay, let's see. There's a fractured foils. Meek attack. Oh no, that's a fractured foil one. Chronicle victory. Yeah, we really didn't. Yeah, we really didn't get much here in the way of good stuff. Yeah, this wasn't a very good box, apparently. Because there's actually some pretty cool stuff that I'm seeing. Yeah, that one apparently was a kind of a butts box. That's all right. That's okay. That's okay. Things could change over time. You never know. You never know. We did. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's really fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. All right, let's do this. With the teenage of the mutants and the turtles, the toidles. Go looking through some of this art and stuff. Skateboard, okay. Michelangelo. The common. Escape tunnel, huh? Okay. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Armagon, Future Spark. When Armagon enters, destroy up to 3 target creatures. Okay. 7 mana for a 9/6. You can destroy some creatures. I mean, that's kind of neat. That's kind of neat. Ooh, what is this? What do we have here? A mythic Arcbound Ravager. Is this like a special guest or something? 2 mana, artifact creature beast. Sacrifice an artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Modular 1. It must come with, so modular, I think it just comes with a +1/+1 on it, I think. Okay. Well, it is like a special guest. I mean, it's a mythic, and it's worth a few bucks, but not particularly valuable. All right, so we got Leonardo Cutting Edge, 1 and a white for a 1/1 with Sneak. You may cast a spell for white if you also return unblocked attacker you control to hand during the declared blocker step. He enters tapped and attacking life link. When you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Leonardo. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. That's pretty cool. That's cool. That's cool. And then we got Bebop and Rocksteady. Neat. One of black/green, black. Yeah, anyway. 3. So when they attack or block, sacrifice a permanent unless you discard a card. Okay. It's pretty big. It's a big beefy boy. Oh, and they got, here's the full arts look like. One thing that I got a new phone last December or November or whenever it was. One thing I miss. Oh, here we go. Second mythic. Turtles in Time. One thing I miss is that I had all of my I had my TCG player app on that old phone, and I didn't save the file of all the cards that I had scanned. Unfortunately, well, the only thing too is like the phone that I'm using for the, to create this video. It is a phone, by the way. So like at any rate, that has my old TCG player app on it with everything that I scanned before I got the next phone, and now I got a different phone. Either way, I don't have all my stuff scanned anymore. I have no idea what my collection is worth right now. And I can't really add these to it now, so I'd have to go back and rescan everything, and I'm not going to do that. Not anytime soon. Turtles in Time. 5 and 2 others. Return all creatures to their owner's hands. Each player may shuffle their hand and graveyard into their library. Then each player who does draws 7 cards. Exile Turtles in Time. Cool. That's actually pretty neat. Escape tunnel. It's not that good apparently, according to the price. But still, it's a mythic. We'll do something with it. I mean, it sounds like a fun card. Maybe. I mean, if it's almost too bad that you're not drawing as many cards as you shuffled into your deck. That would be better. All right. Shark Shredder Killing Clone. 2 and 2 black for a 4/4. It has Sneak of 3 and 2 black. First strike. When Shark Shredder deals combat damage to a player, put up to 1 target creature card from that player's graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. If it enters tapped and attacking. Wait, it enters tapped and attacking that player. So does that mean it's still like dealing damage or what? That's interesting. Splinter Radical Rat. 3 mana for a 2/4. If an ability of a ninja creature you control triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. Pay 1 in a blue. Target ninja can't be blocked this turn. That's pretty handy. That's pretty handy. I bet you this, I mean, that seems like a good commander, huh? Then we got Venus and another full art. Interesting. Yeah, I bet Splinter Radical Rat would be an interesting commander. You'd have to have obviously ninjas in that specific color, right? All right, Turtles Forever. 3 and a white. Search your library and or outside of the game for exactly 4 legendary creature cards you own with different names. Then reveal those cards. An opponent chooses 2 of them. Put the chosen cards into your hand and shuffle the rest into your library. Cool. That is actually really neat. Oh, another mythic. Got a mythic. Mondo Gecko, 1 and 2 blue for 2/3. Discard, pay 1, discard a card until the end of turn. Mondo Gecko becomes the color of your choice and gains hexproof from that color. Whenever Mondo Gecko deals combat damage to a player, draw a card for each color among permanents you control. Okay, that's probably pretty good. All right. Alrighty. Moving on. It's 420, y'all. It's 420, y'all. Again, I'll have to go back through these cards and check them out. April O'Neil. Yeah, baby. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card for each card type among spells you've cast this turn. Okay, that's pretty neat. Ooh, full art planes foil. Have a little snack here. Mutagen Man, Living Ooze. X and 2 green, trample. Activated abilities of artifact tokens you control cost 1 less to activate. Okay. When Mutagen Man enters, create X mutagen tokens. There are artifacts with 1 and tap, sacrifice this token, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, activate, only use a sorcery. Okay, cool. I wouldn't mind getting the Ninja Turtle Commander deck. I wonder how much that costs. Not too bad. Not too bad. All right, moving on. Sorry. Getting distracted. Getting distracted. Casey Jones, the man. 1 and 2 red. When Casey Jones enters, draw 3 cards. At the beginning of your next upkeep, discard 3 cards at random. Beginning of your next upkeep. Okay. It's probably not very good. I mean, it's okay. But I mean, it's like a one-time effect. And I guess if you like cast all those cards, you know, you negate the fact that you have to you know, discard anything. So if you don't have any cards to discard, you don't have to discard. So that's pretty sweet. Oh, there we go. Janika's Technique. Well, it's a uncommon, but Sneak. Janika's Technique deals 2 damage to each creature. Huh. Interesting. All right, Michelangelo, weirdness to 11. 1 and a green for 1/1. When Michelangelo enters, create a mutagen token. If one or more +1/+1 counters would be put on a creature you control, put that many +1/+1 counters on it. Wait, put. If one or more +1/+1 counters would be put on a creature you control, that many +1/+1/+1 counters are put on it instead. That's weird. It's so weirded. So weird. So weird. The Ooze. 2 mana, legendary artifact. Whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it leaves the battlefield, create a mutagen token for each +1/+1 counter on it. Exile target card from a graveyard, create a mutagen token. Neat. That's pretty cool too. Thought for a minute that we had even more rares coming out of that pack. Like I said, I wasn't expecting a whole lot of value in this set. And I'm not being disappointed. Michelangelo, Mutant BFF. Each creature you control with a counter on it can't be blocked by more than one creature. Whenever Michelangelo enters or attacks, create a mutagen token. Cool. That's actually pretty neat. Leonardo's technique: 3 and a white, sneak, 1 and a white. You may cast this spell. Why is I'm out of focus here? There we go. Return 1 or 2 target creature cards with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Now that's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Bebop, Warthog, Warrior. Yo, what's going on, Bill? How you doing, bud? How are you? All right, moving on. Moving on to the next one. All right, let's see here. Got that in it. That's a really cool looking card. Obviously it's a common, but very colorful. Just plain cycling, huh? All right. Raph and Mikey, Troublemakers. 7/7 for 7. Trample haste. Whenever Raph and Mikey attack, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card. Put that card onto the battlefield, tapped and attacking, and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Now that's pretty neat. That's actually that's actually pretty neat. That's almost almost like Pantlaza. Almost as good as Pantlaza. Not quite, but still really cool. Still really neat. I mean, it's expensive though. I mean, if you can find a way to get, I guess at 7 mana, it does have haste, so that helps. Still a pretty cool card. What's going on in your world, Bill? Oh, I got a full art foil of some sort. So that's going to be neat. Super Shredder. I feel like this one might be worth something, maybe. I remember like a Shredder card. Anyway, Super Shredder has 1 and a black for a 1/1, has menace. Whenever another permanent leaves the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on Super Shredder. Neat. And ooh, oh man, got me all excited for nothing. I mean, it's not nothing. It's still a really cool looking card. I mean, the artwork is really nice. The foil is really cool. Like the cheese or whatever really pops on this card. It's a really nice looking card, but unfortunately, I was hoping it'd be more like a rare or mythic or something. Really cool looking card though. All right, Super Shredder. I feel like that one might. Is that the chase? Is that the chase for this set? Let's see. I'm gonna sleeve it up right now. Yeah, I think this might be this chase because this one's listed around like $26 to $28. 28. The market price says $28, so that's probably the hit of the box right there. Okay. Yeah, when it's another permanent leaves the battlefield. Now, if you get away with make it like indestructible and like do board wipes and stuff like that, oh my gosh. Can you imagine? And it has menace, so it's going to be hard to block. Yeah, that's a pretty solid little card right there. All right. Sally Pride, Lioness Leader. Lioness Leader. 3 and 2 white for a 2/4. When she enters, create X/2/2 red mutant creature tokens, where X is the number of non-token creatures you control. And whenever Sally Pride enters, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control when she attacks. Okay. So it includes her. So I mean, like, she attacks, becomes a 3/5, etc., etc. Yo, what's up, Rivers? Is Bill your Bill your kick name there, bud? Bill for darts. Yeah. Okay, makes sense. Gonna say what would quite the coincidence that you would, you know, two people with darts in their names would come into the stream, huh? How's it been going though, man? How the darts flying, dude? I'm actually, like, I was thinking about buying a new set of darts yesterday, but the store wasn't open, so I couldn't go. I might go tomorrow maybe and see what they have. I want a new straight barrel because I've kind of my grip has changed a little bit, and I've kind of gone back to a little bit of my old grip like I used to throw. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Hell yeah, dude. What's up, Lycidin? Yeah, this set's pretty neat. I think this is the chase card of the set. I think this is the best one, I believe, but I might be wrong on that one. I don't think there's a whole lot of value in this set, but it's still pretty cool. Like, I bought it because, like, I loved Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles when I was a kid, you know. Leatherhead Swamp Stalker, 2 and 2 greens for a 5/4. Trample Leatherhead. You got some yourself? Hell yeah. Well, I see. I haven't opened before today. I hadn't opened a pack of Magic since April of last year when Tarkir Dragonstorm came out. That was the last thing the last time I opened a pack was around that time. So I bought, like I said, I bought 3 boxes. I already opened up a box of Edge of Eternities. I opened a box of Lorwyn Eclipsed. And I do have a gift bundle, the Marvel gift bundle, that we're going to open up after this box is done. I thought about maybe I'll grab a regular play box of Marvel, but we'll see. I mean, I'm honestly still not real interested in getting back into playing, but I'll play from time to time, and it's kind of fun. Like, I've been kind of itching to open some packs for a while, but I'm gonna try not to make it a habit like I did. I spent so much money before, just ridiculous. Anyway, so 4 mana for a 5/4 with Trample. It enters with a hexproof counter honor. Whenever a Leatherhead deals combat damage to a player, you may remove a counter from her. When you do, destroy target artifact or enchantment that player controls. Wow, that's pretty good. Especially considering, like, you can put that in a +1/+1 counter deck and do all kinds of crazy stuff. I feel like that one might have some. That should have some value, right? Back in the day, that card would be worth like $50. Anyway, no, I actually played my first Commander game in the same amount of time. So basically, when I quit, when the last day that I opened a pack was also the last day I played Magic, and I got invited out to the game store. That's so pretty. It's such a cool. I mean, I love the art. It's just too bad it doesn't have any like value. So yeah, I was invited out to the old game shop to play, and I just like grabbed some decks that I still had. I mean, because I still have all my decks built. I haven't torn anything apart, but I just kind of put them in storage. So I just grabbed a few decks and went and played a game, and it was fun. I mean, I still enjoy Magic. It's just it was really more about the people that I was playing with that turned me off to the game. All right, lesson. Raphael's Technique 4 and 2 red has sneaked to each player discards their hand and draws 7 cards. Oh, a 6 mana Wheel of Fortune. That one should have some value, right? I would think that this one, I mean, I'm almost surprised it's not mythic. Really? Even for well, whatever. It's a freaking wheel. It's a Wheel of Fortune. Oh, they may discard their hand. Okay, never mind. That's probably why it's not as good, because the may thing. That might be where it's different. Plus, you're discarding it. I think in Wheel of Fortune, are you shuffling your hand into your deck, or maybe not? I forget. Turtle Lair. All right, Rat King Verminster. 1 and a black for a 1/1. At the beginning of your disappear. At the beginning of your end step, if a permanent left the battlefield under your control this turn, create a 1/1 black rat creature token and put a +1/+1 counter on Rat King. Tap and sacrifice 3 rats. Return target creature card from all other cards with the same name as that card to your from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Okay. I guess, they have that one, there's a rat card that I can't think of the name of, but where you can have as many of them in your as many of them in your deck, and I suppose that you could ultimately pull in the Mind Stone out of your Marvel stuff. Nice. Like I said, maybe I will, maybe I won't. If I don't, I guess whatever. I kind of used up, I think I used up all of my draw or my pull luck during that during Dragonstorm when I pulled the serialized what the hell was it called? The what was the one, the Mox that was in there? Anyway. So yeah, I pulled that serialized Mox, and so Kitsune's Technique, 4 and 2 blue. Sneak, target opponent mills half of their library, rounded up. That's mean. That's mean. Oh, foil rare. Turtle Power. 2 and a green. Flash turtles you control get +2/+2. Okay. Not too shabby. Anyway, I sold it. I sold that, was it Mox Ember? Is that it? Or my thing is, Amber, Mox Amber. No, that's not it. Mox Jasper, maybe? Yeah, the Mox Jasper, serialized Mox Jasper. Anyway, I sold it. I was like, I don't need this card. I could use the money more, because I actually used that money to buy my daughter a very expensive flute. And so, yeah. Improvised Arsenal, 1 in a red. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 for each artifact you control. Create a token that's a copy of this equipment. I mean, that is okay. I mean, that's actually not too bad. It's not too bad. It's kind of neat. Ooh, what's this? This is actually a really cool looking card, and we're gonna look at it here in a moment. Okay, so look at that. That's pretty. Foil art, Michelangelo's technique. Foil full art. Look at the top 8 cards of your library. Put up to 2 creature cards with total mana value 6 or less from among them onto the battlefield, and the rest on the bottom of your library in random order. Okay. I'm gonna sleeve that up because I mean that's just a really cool looking card. I don't know if it has any value, probably not, but let me take a look. It's like $1, but still, it's a really cool looking card. That's, I mean, like I said, I didn't really expect to get a whole lot of value out of this box. And so I just, like I said, you know, Ninja Turtles was a part of my childhood. It was more of my late childhood. I was like, when I was like a tween, you know, like it got popular as I was older. Oh my God, my camera froze up again. I wonder if I can, fix that. Let's see here. Maybe. Maybe not. If I restart the program here, stream might end a little earlier than I had anticipated. If this doesn't work. There we go. We're back. Okay. All right, we got Turncoat Kanochi. 3/2 or 3 manas, sneak and whatever. When this creature enters, choose target creature an opponent controls, exile that creature until this creature leaves the battlefield. If this creature's sneak cost was paid, instead exile the chosen creature. Okay. That's not too bad. Yeah. That's not too bad. That's kind of neat. Okay. Okay, Turtle Power. We've seen that one before. That's cool. All right. 2 foils. Casey Jones, Jury Rigging, Justicar. Ooh. Another full art foil. Donatello, Gadget Master. Whenever Donatello deals combat damage to a player, create a token that's a copy of target artifact you control. Ooh. Bet you there's fun things you could do with that. Oh, look at what we got. We got a mythic Technodrome. 3/3 for 2. Reach and trample. This creature can't attack or block unless its power is 6 or greater. Tap and sacrifice another artifact. Draw a card. Put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. I bet you that wouldn't be too hard to get to. Hey, another foil swamp. Full art swamp. You can't really... Like, the foiling, I feel like, is a little understated in this set, or at least in this box from this printer. Technodrome worth anything? I mean, it's kind of cool. I mean, you can create that's worth a few bucks. Again, it could get better. Like, any of these cards could just go up in price, so that's all good. Southwind Avatar. Now that looks like a magic card right there. 3 and a black for a 3/4 with Death Touch. Whenever another creature you control dies, you gain life equal to its toughness. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. Like it. I like it. I like that. I like it. Dawn and Raph, hard science. So 3 mana for a 2/4. Menace. When Dawn and Raph attack, the next non-creature spell you cast this turn has affinity for artifacts. Okay. Sweet. Another 2 foils. Again, at some point, I'm gonna probably go back and look through the the commons and uncommons just to see what I see. I should order the turtle deck. Northampton Farm. Exile, or wait, exile target creature you own. Sacrifice this land, return a creature card exiled with this land to the battlefield under your control. Return each other card exiled with this land to its owner's hand. That's pretty cool. Because you can do that, like, if something's going to get destroyed, you can exile it and then get it back later. So that's pretty neat. That's super duper handy. You don't even know how handy that is. That's handy. I'm telling you right now, it's super handy. Probably the most handy thing that I've told you about in the last few minutes, at least, at the very least. Then we got Dawn and Leo, Problem Solvers. 5 mana for a 4/6 with Vigilance. At the beginning of your end step, exile up to 1 target artifact you control and up to 1 target creature you control, then return them to the battlefield under their owner's control. Okay, some flicker action. That's always fun. Flickering things cannot, will never be abused or abusable, right? Nothing, I mean, let's be serious. You can't just flicker stuff and get value, right? Like, the Last Ronin's Technique. Cool looking card. Donatello does machines. All right. Enchantment here. Class. All right. When this class enters, mill 2 cards, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards. God damn. All right. Pay 1 and a blue to level it up. When this class becomes level 2, return up to 2 cards, target artifact cards from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. And leveling up to the next is at the beginning of combat on your turn, put 3 +1/+1 counters on target artifact you control. If it wasn't a creature, it becomes a 0/0 robot creature in addition to its other types. Okay, that's kind of neat. It seems like a fun card. Some fun cards in here, maybe not specifically great cards, but cards that'd be fun to play with. I don't know about that milling 2 and then drawing 2 and then discarding 2. I mean, you're just, I guess, I mean, honestly, there's probably good ways to take advantage of that. Slash Reptile Rampager, 3 and 2 red for a 7/5. Has this alliance whenever another creature you control enters, Slash deals 2 damage to each opponent. Whenever Slash attacks or create whenever Slash attacks, create a 2/2 red mutant creature token. Oh my. You know, this guy would actually go real well in the deck that I was playing last night, where I was creating a lot of tokens, or I can create, I have the potential to create a lot of tokens. That would be pretty neat. I could freaking, oh, is that two? Yeah, it's to each opponent. Wow. That guy could be pretty mean, I feel like, in that type of deck that I was just speaking of. Madam No Power Broker. 2 and a black for a 1/3 with Death Touch. Whenever another creature you control enters, you may pay a life equal to its power. If you do, put that many +1/+1 counters on it. Neat. Okay. That seems like it'd be fun too. Not saying great, just be fun. Like I said, there has to be ways to kind of exploit that. You know, like do that with something with like lifelink or something, like some big lifelinker or some big creature. You do that and then put lifelink on it. Ooh, Shredder's technique. Again, very cool. Is that from like the cartoon? Is that artwork from like the cartoon? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Michelangelo's technique. I think we've talked about that, so we'll just do that. Oop, wrong piles. All right, 2 packs left. We've only got 5 mythics, so I think we're due. These next 2 packs better have mythics. I'm just saying. Or else I'm gonna go talk to Richard Garfield and ask for my money back. Chrome Dome. 2 mana for 1/3 other artifact creatures you control. Get +1/+0. 5 or pay 5. Create a token that's a copy of another target artifact you control. That token gains haste. Sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. Interesting. Well, I'm gonna have to go talk to. Unless this next one has a bunch. Oh wait, what am I doing? Maybe this will have 3 mythics in it, or 2 mythics, which is possible. We had 1 pack earlier today who had 3 mythics in it, and that was neat. I enjoyed that pack quite a bit, even though the mythics weren't the best mythics. They were just mythics. But it was exciting to see. Oh, there's one. Okay, there's one. Michelangelo Improviser, 3/0 green for a 4/4 with sneak. Whenever Michelangelo deals combat damage to a player, you may put a creature card or a land from your hand onto the battlefield. Ooh, I bet you that guy's pretty good. Aw, no more. So I only got 6 mythics. All right. And the final rare for the turtles, Mikey and Leo, Chaos and Order. Whenever you put a counter on a creature you control, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. That's pretty sweet. 2 mana too. That's all right. Michelangelo Improviser, I feel like may have some value because I mean that is, I mean it's 4 mana. It's only 4 mana. You can, and that is actually really good. You draw a card, or no, you put a land and a creature on there potentially. Yeah, $3, $4, whatever. Not too bad. All right, so there we are. Let's get these all put away, and then we'll open up that Marvel gift box, and see what we have in there. right, here we go. I'm gonna move this up a little bit so I have a little more room to open this box. Does it have any handy dandy pull tabs? I think this is that what this is? Yeah. Bloop. Ugh, come on. Come out over there. There we go. Marvel Age. It almost looks like it's gonna be like a little comic, but a second stone claimed. I wish that was like an indicator of the fact that I'm about to get a soul stone. Can you imagine like they put something like in there? It's like, we know you're gonna get something really good in this box, so here. Like that only shows up in ones that where you're gonna get the Mind Stone, you know? That is actually a really cool dice. 'Cause I mean, it looks like there's something in there, you know? Anyway. All right, this I don't care about. Well, I usually always like keeping these dividers. The rest of the crap just goes in the garbage. Okay. Alrighty, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And a collector booster. So the Daredevil, Vigilance Haste. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. Whenever you attack, you may exile the top card of your library. If that card is a hero card, Daredevil gets +2/+1 until the end of turn. You may play that card. You may play that card this turn. Okay. Did they not? They don't put that extra little box in here anymore, huh? That's unfortunate. I kind of like this. Kind of like those little boxes. All right, we'll open up the collector booster last. So let's see what we got for Marvel in the Marvel stuff here. Again, I'll probably go through, just get to the end stuff. 'Cause like I said, I'm tired. I'm about ready to get off here. So Villainous Hideout. Okay, now we can bring the camera down a little bit. Add 1 mana, enemy color, spend that mana to cast a villain spell or to activate a villain source. Okay. Spider-Man to the rescue. Wait, does it say mythic? No, I didn't think so. It said uncommon. I was like, that didn't. I was like, I know that's all right. Spider-Man to the rescue. Flash, Vigilance, Reach. When Spider-Man enters, you may tap him. When you do, target another target non-attacking creature you control gains indestructible until the end of turn. Cool. World War Hulk. So the first step of this saga, the next red or green spell you cast this turn can be cast without paying its mana cost. Cool. Put 3 +1/+1 counters on target creature you control. So you need to find something hopefully really big you can throw down with this. Choose target creature you control until the end of turn. Double its power and toughness. It gains trample. That's pretty cool, actually. That's pretty sweet, I think. I feel like these bundles, sometimes I've seen it where they really seed them well. Like there's like tends to be good things in them, but it is kind of whatever, but So we do have a mythic right away. So King T'Challa, 1 a white and a blue for a 3/2. Whenever a player draws their second card each turn, you draw a card. This is gonna probably go right into my Council of the Four deck. King T'Challa. Okay, so transform. Flash, double strike. So wait. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to Black Panther. Whenever Black Panther deals the combat damage to a player, draw a card. Prevent all damage that, wow, that's pretty good. So apparently you can just play the black back. So you can either play it as the front or the back. You must be able to just cast the back. Okay. That's pretty powerful. If I say so, it's true. King T'Challa. All right, what else can we find up in here? All right, the Ruinous Wrecking Crew. X black and a red for a 2/2. The Ruinous Wrecking Crew enters with X +1/+1 counters on it. When the Ruinous Wrecking Crew enters, choose up to X. Discard a card, then draw a card. Target opponent loses 2 life. Destroy target token. Each player sacrifices a creature of their choice. Okay. Okay, if you say so. If you say so. All right, let's see. Red Hulk. Ooh. Dark Deed. Luke Cage. Ooh, look at you. What are you? What are you? Origin of the Avengers. Is this a saga? It is a saga. All right. Scry 2. Me put a hero creature card with mana value 3 or less from your hand onto the battlefield. If you don't, draw a card. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Okay. That's pretty neat. It's a cool looking card, I say. Take up the shield. Shield, flying car. Let's see if I can't get this. It's not focusing any better. Usually it's a little bit better at focusing. Dang it. Oh well. All right. Flash flying when this vehicle is enter, exile up to 1 target creature you control. Return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Okay. Okay. I'm not real big on vehicles, to be honest. Baxter Building. Add 4 mana of any combination of colors. Okay. That's okay. Draw a card. Activate only if you control a creature with toughness 4 or greater. Okay. Also kind of neat. Kind of a cool little land there. Little mana prism. Lots of sagas in this one, huh? You may draw a card for each artifact you control. If you do, each opponent draws a card. Artifact spells you cast this turn cost 1 less to cast. This saga deals X damage to you target opponents, where X is the greatest mana value among artifacts you control. Okay. Okay. I feel something. I feel it. I feel something. It may be gas. Mr. Fantastic. Yay. Captain America's Shield. 2 mana. So the shield is indestructible. Equipped creature gets +0, +8, and has vigilance. Whenever equipped creature attacks, tap target creature defending player controls. That's pretty cool. That is actually really neat. I feel like that is a good card. All right, 2 more packs, and we get that collector booster rocking. All right. This is not supposed to be there. You're supposed to be right there. When you've been box lunch 2. Wait, what? What is box lunch 2? Oh, box lunch. What's box lunch? Oh, it's a store. We got a mythic. Earth's Mightiest Heroes. 4 and 2 green. Teamwork 5. As additional cost. They're online. Oh, okay. Is it like game store? Must be a game store. Oh wait, is this a did I get a good pull here or what? I wish I'd focus in a little bit better here. Kind of like Hot Topic. Oh, okay. All right, Teamwork 5. The additional cost to cast a spell, you may tap any number of creatures you control with total power of 5 or more. Reveal the top 8 cards of your library. You may put a creature card. Reveal the top 8 cards of your library. You may put a creature card from among them onto the battlefield. If this spell were cast using Teamwork, put any number of creature cards from among them onto the battlefield instead. Put the rest into your graveyard. Okay. We'll see that. I mean, that's probably worth $1 or $2, I suppose, huh? Actually, I should probably sleeve that King T'Challa too. Let's see. I guess. Curious. That King T'Challa is not too bad. $12. Yeah, this. Yeah, not a hit. not a hit. That was not a hit. Fun card though. It would be a fun card. Expensive. Six mana, but it would be a fun card to cast and see what happens. All right, last pack before Scientist Supreme of AIM. Pay 2 life, copy target artifact or triggered ability you control from an artifact source. You may choose new targets for the copy. Activate only during your turn and only once each turn. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of nice. It's kind of neat. I mean, it's like a playable card, right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it all comes down to this. I'm gonna move all this bull crap out of the way. It all comes down to this. collector booster. This is where we sink or swim, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Here's what we'll do. See, yeah, this is the back. So we'll go ahead and we'll flip them over. That's not gonna help. Let's see. There. You have TCG pulled up? Yeah, me too. There's for knowledge. Shipwreck Patrol. Commune with dinosaurs. Hulk's Thunderclap. Wait, commune with dinosaurs. Is that a... Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards. Foil Swampy. Oh, we got... Starting off with a mythic, Monica Rambeau. Flying him 3/3, flying prowess. Transform into here. Photon Living Light. Hex flying, hexproof prowess. When you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. Okay, I feel like that one's probably not worth a whole lot, but it's in foil. Pink. Port Town. Cool. It's okay. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. And Pachang, the Scarlet Witch. Instant sorcery spells you cast with mana value 4 or greater cost X less to cast, where X is the Scarlet Witch's power. Okay. That's pretty sweet. And two more. Pink. Seize the Day. Untap target creature. After this main phase, there is an additional combat step followed by an additional main phase. Flashback 2 in a red. That's a mythic. That's pretty cool. All right. Here is where this could be made, or it's a bust. Is it a bust day? Probably a bust day. 3, 2, and Ares, God of War. Womp womp. Ares attacks each combat if able. Whenever an attacking creature you control dies, return that card to its owner's hand. Okay. So, I mean, that's kind of neat. Well, yeah, this one I think is kind of a bust here. Let's see. Yeah, none of these. Yeah, it's kind of a bust, but that's all right. That's okay. That card's pretty sweet, though. I'll tell you what. Anyway. Well, that is it for me, ladies and gents. I think we could actually sleeve this guy. Yeah, it's the borderless version. Yeah, that one is, it's like not even $4. Just shy of $4, but we'll still sleeve these ones up. They're actually worth a few bucks anyway. I think the Scarlet Witch is the one that's worth the most, sadly. Sadly, but it is a pretty sexy picture. All right, well, that is it for me. Thank you so much, everybody hanging out. I look forward to seeing you again sometime in the future. Yeah, that I'm trying to think. Is there anything else I have to say? Not really. Gonna pack everything up, relax. Gonna watch Masters of the Universe later. I think you can watch that on Amazon now. But anyway, Lyson and everybody else hanging out.